Hello, welcome everybody. This is Neil with Portal to Ascension. So good to be here with you all, streaming across multiple platforms and with a live Zoom audience for, I would say, an extremely important event and a historic event that is not only, this organization that you're going to be introduced to very soon. Some of you already know about the organization. Not only have they been doing work before this, but this is amazing because this is a collaboration event with Portal to Ascension and the Alliance coming together to create this, and Scott Catamas from Awakening World, us coming together to do an event entitled Extraterrestrial Diplomacy and First Contact Conference. So, why is this gathering important? Because we're now moving from the awareness of the fact that there's lights in the sky, that we've been visited, that we're seeing UFOs, and what are these things? Are they foreign adversaries? Are they somebody from another world? To the next question, what is the intent behind these vehicles? Who is driving these vehicles? What is our connection to them? Why are they visiting us? Why have these light ships, UFOs, been visiting us for thousands of years? And why are congressional members saying some of them are found in archaeological digs? That's the one that really stuck with me. That they're saying they're finding UFOs through crashes, fully intact landed UFOs, and also through archaeological digs, implying that this is a phenomena that has been going on since time immemorable and could, if you ask me personally, also be connected to the seeding of humanity. So right now, we're in a huge transformational time. We always talk about that, Awakening World, Scott Catamas talks about it, Portal to Ascension does, that we're going through a huge transformation. That's why we exist. But it seems to be picking up momentum on a level that I always wanted to see, but I honestly didn't even know if it was going to happen, you know? And it's happening so much that a person like me who's not about dates really feels that with the next 5 to 10 years, we could be having open contact and interaction with different beings on an open mass level on Earth because it's happening already with our governments and different organizations. Why won't it happen with everybody? So this event is the first collaboration that I see us continuing to do this so we can move forward into a world where we actually discuss extraterrestrial diplomacy. What happens when we interact with these beings? What happens when we trade with them? When we understand about their spiritual beliefs? And first contact. Some of you have had first contact, but what happens when humanity has first contact as a collective, right? What is the next step from there? So that is what we're going to be discussing today. So I'm really honored to be here with two amazing individuals. And I'm first going to bring on Scott because Scott is, been doing this work for quite some time. We are live on multiple platforms that Scott is that broadcast on from the Awakening World. And I would just love you to take it over, Scott, and just tell us, introduce everybody to yourself and what you really feel about this event, whatever you want to share.
Sure. Well, thank you. First of all, thank you for putting this together, both Sylvain, who's really been the champion of diplomatic relationship, and Neil through Portal to Ascension. I have such respect for both of you guys. And for anybody who doesn't know my background, way back in 1995, I was hired to be the supervising producer for all the UFO segments on a television show called The Paranormal Borderline. It was a primetime series on UPN. Jonathan Frakes from Star Trek was our host. And for 2 years, I produced amazing stories. I interviewed 8 former astronauts, 30 former military officials and pilots, did an amazing show about the children of Roswell who are now adults. So I've been in this field for a long time. In fact, I got Stephen Greer connected to Edgar Mitchell and to Gordon Cooper, who was alive at the time, and was helping Stephen when he was first getting started with his very important work. So I've been around this for a long time. And of course, everybody's been talking about government disclosure, government disclosure. When is there going to be government disclosure? Well, there's going to be government disclosure finally. It's basically the Vatican that was stopping it for all these years. And it was also the military contractors and the government wanting to keep its hands on the reverse engineered secrets. That was kind of the contractors and the military industrial complex way of keeping a hold on it. And then the Vatican did not want it to get out for obvious reasons. Good news. There's a really cool Pope. Pope Francis is a good guy. He's a really good guy. And he has agreed that he wants this information to get out, and he wants to use it as an opportunity to create universality of people, that people can still practice religion in whatever form they want, but that this is a chance to see us as one big human family. And right now, and we'll probably talk about it a lot today, right now in Washington, D.C., there are big congressional meetings going on to hopefully pass the legislation that will establish a 7-year timeline to get all the data out about what's really been going on for really since World War II. And it's interesting to note that there was this big increase in UFO activity right after the atomic bomb. It's as though when we dropped the bomb, the galactic family said, whoa, the Earthlings have reached that level of technology. We need to keep an eye on what's going on there. Of course, the most famous crash, the Roswell crash, what people don't always remember is that there was only one atomic bomb squadron in the world. It was the 509th Atomic Bomb Squadron stationed in Roswell, New Mexico. And so there was a lot of UFO activity monitoring what we were doing. Lightning hit one of the craft, it went down. We reverse engineered that, and that's probably why the United States won the space race and won the computer wars, because of our ability to reverse engineer those things. So we've seen that the military-industrial complex, the government, religions didn't want this information to get out there. But what has happened? The extraterrestrial, at least the loving ones, the Pleiadians, the ones that we want to have contact with for sure, they're contacting it through high vibration individuals. People like Neil and Sylvain and so many of the people that have been on my shows going back 30 years when I was doing it on television, and now, like Neil, been doing it online. It's been the high vibration beings that are living lives of peace, that are truly love oriented, that are having the contact, that are having the connection. And so it's interesting that it's not been a UFO landing on the lawn of the White House, but it's been our galactic family connecting to thousands of us, maybe millions of us, as we make ourselves available to receive their information, to receive their messages. And their messages are always the same: peace, love, high vibration, welcome to our galactic family. And Sylvain and his team, they're going to learn all about today, are doing the brilliant thing of actually establishing a way for us to have diplomatic connection. So it's our family, our global peace tribe, our portal to ascension brothers and sisters making contact, which is going to be, I think, the more likely way for this to go, because we are not in it for the money. We're not in it for religious persuasion. We're in it because we want to be part of the galactic family. So I want to welcome my Awakening World audience. Thank you, Amishar, for hosting. And I'll turn it back over to Neil and Sylvain.
Thanks, Scott. Just wanted to welcome everybody to the annual conference. This is our second year of doing the conference. The Alliance actually was just started in 2020, and now figures nearly 2 million supporters from 25 different organizations that support our mandate. And what is our specific mandate of the Alliance? Well, it's pretty simple. Just like Scott was mentioning, it's about facilitating diplomatic contact. Now, to do that, there's some technicalities, because we have to deal with the protocols from the United Nations, like the Geneva Convention, and the rules around diplomatic missions, embassies, and so on. So you can see in my background here is the mock and architectural drawing and 3D elements of the actual embassy that we are proposing for the world's very first embassy. And this is our mandate, is to have this embassy built in extraterritorial land, which means it has to be given freely by a nation of the earth, some nation, of an official nation, for the construction of an embassy that will abide by the same rules as any other embassy on Earth. We already raised the funds needed to get this whole thing started, since the idea of this project has started in 1974. It's not a 2020 idea, so that's why it hasn't been raised in 3 years. It's been raised over donations to an organization called the International Raelian Movement in 1974 and 75, sorry, onwards up until today. And now the Alliance has taken up that project as well, in collaboration with them and 24 other organizations, and growing number of organizations, to bring that to the masses. Because just like Scott was saying, the objective here is the same as what our brothers and sisters from space are saying. Like, we need to be unified. We need to have discussions. And on Earth, how we have discussions is through different legal mechanisms, such as diplomatic missions that put everybody in agreement on how these should happen, who owns the conversations, how do they occur, what are the protections around those conversations. So that's the world that the Alliance delves in, is to facilitate that specific piece. And organizations like Scott and Portal and many others are focusing on arguably perhaps the more important aspect of what we're trying to achieve, which is creating peace and love and unicity on the planet. As well as some of the partners that are focusing, especially UFO researchers and some people that are working with government to make sure that the information that's been hidden from us is revealed. So the disclosure element of it. So we have these three components, a three-legged stool at the Alliance. Diplomatic contact with the official embassy, peace and love on the planet, and the disclosure. So this is what this conference is all about. Welcome all. We are, I think we have about 200 people registered for video and attending live, plus who knows how many will be watching during the streams as well. So it's all exciting times.
Thank you, brother. I would love for you just to share a little more about diplomatic contact. What does that mean exactly?
Well, our ET, or consciousness that are watching us, they don't really need a building, right? So they could probably project their ideas into everybody's mind simultaneously. It's not that. It's really about, think of it, that's why we call the conference a First Contact Conference. Think about Star Trek. I'm pretty sure most of us are familiar with the stories. In Star Trek, there is a concept of the Prime Directive and First Contact, the concepts inside those shows, where humanity is going out and sometimes encountering some primitive civilizations all over. And they have to be careful with first contact. That is, like, if the civilization is too primitive to truly understand the magnitude and be able to organize themselves without strife within the context of the first contact with a much more advanced civilization, it becomes a big problem. So the advanced civilization, the humans in that case, don't interfere yet, because it would just destroy the civilization. They'd fight with each other for the technology, for the knowledge, for territory, whatever it is. So we're in this situation, but we happen to be the primitives in this case, right? And us primitives have rules, and we have also atomic bombs that was mentioned. We have ways to destroy each other, and we tend to be aggressive with each other. So it's creating an embassy, and within the rules that all the nations agree upon, creates a safe environment for us to have that first contact with an advanced civilization. We are the primitives. So that's the concept and the importance of trying to latch on to existing human rules, so that we don't mess up with ourselves when the contact occurs. And the ETs that are watching us know this, so they're waiting for us to be ready until
right.
to make the actual contact.
I'd like to speak to also, there's a very important delineation for us all to be aware of, and that is when events take place in group consensus reality and the events that are taking place for probably many of the people watching this show in their own individuated reality. And I think probably most of us have had some form of significant multidimensional experience. Sometimes it's a lucid dream, it might be a psychedelic experience. But we are experiencing on individual level increasing numbers of Kundalini activations and lucid dreams and experiences in connection with our galactic family, as well as other realms, other dimensions. There's that happening for us on an individual level, I believe, primarily to help us raise our consciousness.
Mm-hmm.
And then there are the big group consensus events, again, Roswell probably being the most famous. And I think what Sylvain and his team are doing is helping to lay the groundwork so that there's enough of us with the elevated consciousness able to come together to create a group consensus event. And of a first contact magnitude.
Yeah. So it's more, Sylvain, if it was more like coming together as an Earth embassy rather than individual nations with conflicting agendas, coming up with a consensus of how we would interact with beings from the stars as humanity, as people of Earth.
Yeah, I mean the Alliance is set up as a not-for-profit and as a network, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's to welcome every ideas that want to welcome ET, right, in a peaceful way, and bring them all together. And this gives us a consensus power, a voice power with politicians, diplomats, all these people that care about numbers and votes and all that stuff. Yes, but also with the general population. If they see there's 10 million people supporting a project, 50 million people supporting a project, and it's got a good plan, solid visuals, it creates this tipping point within this within society where it's like, oh, I'm not the only one that is thinking this way. There's 50 million others. I'm going to add my voice to them, right? So this is just human nature. Like we just have to deal with who we are. So that's part of the strategy with the Alliance project. It's just like welcome everybody and create this idea of consensus together that we want to welcome ET. We want our governments and other organizations to kind of calm down and create a better world and so on. And we can change the world completely very quickly that way.
Yeah, I feel that. So it's a movement, right? And everybody can join it. And so thank you so much for sharing, brother. I wanted to ask you more questions, just get deeper for those of you out there that aren't familiar with the Alliance and the work that they're doing. And so this event is sponsored, co-produced by the Alliance. This is their signature event, and we'll hopefully be doing it every single year and continue to grow. And now we're going to get into the conference for today. And so I'm excited to be introducing our first guest to our first speaker, and it is a pre-recorded video. I'm going to read his bio, but just to tell you the first part of today, the flow for the first part is we're going to have Daniel, and do you pronounce his name Turcotte? Is that right, Sylvain? Daniel Turcotte is going to come on first. Then we have, and his presentations on ET Embassy progress update. So it's going to go deeper into the Alliance and their work and what's going on. Then we're going to have the amazing Adam Apollo, who's in the room right now, becoming a world citizen. And following him, we'll have Ruben Langdon, who has had series on Gaia and has done many conversations with ET, interdimensional beings, and we've had on Portal to Ascension as well. He'll be talking about what is happening in Washington and disclosure on a personal level. So our first guest for today, first speaker coming up, is Daniel. And Daniel is in charge of strategic planning and execution at the Alliance for Extraterrestrial Diplomatic Contact. Daniel is also responsible for the Extraterrestrial Embassy project with the International Raelian movement for over 13 years, a project he has taken over since its initiation in 1975. He has spent much of his professional career in physiotherapy, being the founder of Kind Concept in Canada, which he sold a few years ago to dedicate his life to the mission of making open diplomatic contact with an extraterrestrial civilization. Daniel is also the first space peace ambassador for the World Peace Tracks organization. So everybody, let's go ahead and welcome Daniel. I'm going to play his video here. And Scott and Sylvain, if you want to switch your videos off so people can see full screen.
Good evening or good day to you all, depending on where you are on our magnificent planet. First of all, please forgive me not to be able to be with you live for this important event. I am now touring to promote the Embassy for Extraterrestrials project, so thank you for your understanding. Second of all, I'd like to thank Sylvain and the entire Alliance team and Portal to Ascension for their hard work and dedication in organizing this event. Everything that's happening in the world is causing an unprecedented awakening in the populations. The UFO phenomenon will not escape this awakening, but as for right now, it may not be the best time to welcome an extraterrestrial civilization to Earth. We need to complete our house cleaning before they consider when would be the best time to come to Earth. In the meantime, humans who are more awake than others are working to ensure that the ground is ready for first contact. What's becoming very clear is that we can no longer ignore the UFO, UAP extraterrestrial phenomena and sweep it under the rug because public pressure for a complete and uncensored declassification of all available documents is rising. And it would be in each and every country's best interest to do the same. In fact, it is high time for the governments to be fully transparent once and for all, publicly acknowledge that UFOs are real, and admit that they are extraterrestrial vehicles visiting our planet. But whatever the case, I think we all agree that we don't need a government to tell us it's all exists because all the evidence is there. I would like to underscore two very important events that occurred in 2023. First, Project Titan in January 2023, where the government of San Marino in Europe voted for the United Nations to be asked to establish a UFO research institute in San Marino. We offered all our support to Paolo Izzardi and Roberto Pinotti and wish that the UN will positively respond to this proposal. The other important event was the hearings that were held in the US Congress in July. That left us hungry for more, and we can't wait to see what happens next. From the Alliance perspective, everything is falling into place, and it's time to connect the dots. Extraterrestrials have been interacting with Earthlings for a long time. Traces of their presence can be found in almost every culture in the world, in writings, sculptures, and artifacts, as well as in ancient works of art. Whether it's the ancient astronauts theory or the religious and ancestral writings, which almost all speak of the existence of beings, plural, from an outer world, for example, the Star People, the Anunnakis, the Elohim, etc., and their return when the time comes, or archaeological evidence, or the more frequent appearances of UFOs, some of which have been captured by very credible people, or increasingly sophisticated crop circles, which absolutely cannot be made by human hands or feet. The reality is that everything points in the same direction. It's all connected. And since much of this information was non-existent or deliberately buried just a few decades ago, it was nearly impossible to get the beautiful panoramic view that we have today. The pieces of the puzzle are there, and all we have to do is put them together. Only then will a much clearer picture appear before our very eyes, but a few key questions still arise. Questions such as, why are there more and more UFO sightings all over the world? Why are crop circles increasingly sophisticated? who is this civilization inside those UFO, and what do they want? You know, most people are asking themselves, are there UFOs? I think that all of us here tonight think that UFO exist, and the next question would be, why are they coming? Who are they? And I think soon the government will be asking themselves these questions. So all this phenomenon, we think that the most plausible answer is that they are trying to make their presence so abundant that it drips in the human psyche, and this way prepares us for an imminent and official contact, so that when humanity is finally ready to welcome them, it will do so peacefully and without mass hysteria. But the question of where such an official encounter should take place is also very important to our point of view. We believe they are entitled to be welcomed with the respect they deserve. For this, we will need a safe place that will have total immunity, be internationally recognized as neutral and under the protection of international law. This is why an embassy must be built to officially welcome this civilization on Earth, and only then will we benefit from their extraordinary wisdom. As you probably know, we campaigned for an agreed signed diplomatic protocol inspired by the Vienna Convention on Diplomatic Relations that will include extraterrestrial civilizations. An international conference could also be organized to discuss this protocol. Once a number of countries have agreed to sign the protocol, we will be able to make even more concrete steps towards selecting the host country. As soon as the host country is selected, the building of an embassy designed explicitly for welcoming them will begin. Just as embassies play a crucial role in international relations today by bridging connections between nations, soon they might serve as the bridge between our world and other worldly civilizations. Extraterrestrials, as many believe, won't simply make an official entrance to Earth without an invitation. And there are specific prerequisites before their visit can even be feasible. Allow me to present you with an excerpt from a talk given by John Levi, an international lawyer who is advising us on the legal aspect of the project, who gives us his vision of things.
Extraterrestrials and the law. Space-centric, not Earth-centric. This little talk is going to delve into the legalities of what laws, if any, should apply to extraterrestrials, and why the implementation of a legal protection regime for extraterrestrials is a prerequisite before any productive and public contact may occur with extraterrestrials. The assumption we make is that extraterrestrials, being advanced beings, also have a profound respect and appreciate the necessity of a legal regime, and that such a legal regime absolutely must be in place before the official contacts with extraterrestrials may be opened up. Now, the United Nations has for decades been working on treaties regarding space. The rescue of astronauts, liability for falling space objects, satellites, and even the moon are the subject of UN treaties. Now, it remains to be seen if the UN will be the final arbiter of space law. Likely future ET visitors would know the Earth quite well. They will know our culture and laws. This is because our TV and radio broadcasts are available to them, and even remote viewing technology of some sort that's currently unknown to us. While they may not be fully aware or understand our ways and laws and customs, they would be generally aware. And any spacefaring race certainly would have had similar encounters elsewhere with similar local issues. And if the extraterrestrials make themselves known, they will know our laws, or as we say, they should know or should have known them, because it's a universal law that ignorance of the law is no excuse. And I'm sure that applies not just on Earth, but everywhere else. In fact, our laws are not ET visitor friendly. A visitor or an emissary's vehicle under our current worldview and laws would almost certainly be seized or impounded, and the crew interned with no consequences to those imprisoning them. In fact, there's a 100% chance this would happen, given a lack of protocol and the natural human state of paranoia which will surround the event. National security or health concerns could also be invoked. In some countries, our extraterrestrial visitors would be held for ransom, held as hostages, sold to the highest bidder, or even tortured to reveal technological secrets. This has to change before there's any contact or diplomacy with extraterrestrials. Therefore, it is likely we will have no official visitors until their legal status is recognized. You can't put the cart before the horse. Assuming extraterrestrials have not done due diligence on the Earth is ludicrous. Therefore, what can we do to welcome and attract visitors from outer space? The answer is there's plenty we can do to create an ET-friendly legal environment. First of all, the country that shows the most open-minded and laissez-faire attitude toward ETs as reflected in its legal system or code will most likely be the country that is visited first and will be the country that will really benefit from first contact. Imagine the benefits that would flow to the country that makes first contact. The economic value alone would be in the trillions and trillions of dollars. But how does a country reach that point? My colleagues at the international Raelian movement, for example, have had a great idea. Why not extend the Vienna Convention on Diplomatic Relations to ETs? Now, I can't take credit for this idea, but it's a genius stroke. If a subset of ETs are considered diplomats and therefore inviolate and immune from our laws, we don't need to worry about that issue of personhood. Clearly, a non-human or even a robot can be a diplomat and therefore possess diplomatic immunity. Once diplomatic immunity is granted, we can extend extraterritoriality and immunity to their spaceships and embassies. The initial problem is solved using an existing treaty. And I'll leave the details to others, but an optional protocol of this type gets the ball rolling with just the approval of a single country, just one country. And from there on, it could be a relative breeze. The country that offered a spaceport for extraterrestrial emissaries and trade would likely become the cultural and commercial capital of the world. So valuable would benefits derived from outer space be. A Venice of the 21st century. Venice and Genoa became great mercantile powers of the past because they had the foresight to adjust their laws and policies in that direction. I guarantee the country that has the first functioning commercial spaceport with a free zone will also have extraterrestrial visitors before long and will become the modern space Venice of the 21st century and beyond.
To me, John's point of view is very interesting and gives food for thought. On another note, I recently conducted a poll among my valued LinkedIn contacts posing the question, what would be the paramount condition for facilitating the arrival of an extraterrestrial civilization on Earth? The results were enlightening, to say the least. 35% felt that achieving world peace was paramount. 3% underscored the importance of a structured diplomatic framework. 10% emphasized the construction of a dedicated embassy. And interestingly, a whopping 52% responded with all of the above. Clearly, more than half of those surveyed felt that the combination of global peace, formal diplomatic setup, and established embassy were essential to welcoming an extraterrestrial civilization to our planet. They are obviously neither a threat nor a national security concern, except if you are part of the military-industrial complex. With the technologies the extraterrestrials showed so far, we would already be destroyed if they were ill-intentioned or malicious. In conclusion, to get to welcome an extraterrestrial civilization, we need to continue our diplomatic efforts. The COVID era has brought many challenges in our communications with governments. Then, in 2022, communications with governments picked up again with a focus on projects involving major investments and economic spin-offs. Then came the war in Ukraine, which also generated political and diplomatic uncertainties. and now the conflict in the Middle East is taking up much of the world diplomatic chessboard. But we are persevering and will never give up on this project, which will be an historic event in the history of mankind as soon as it's completed. In 2024, our team will continue touring of several countries to meet with governments that have shown interest in our project. I feel that more and more people are ready to accept that we are visited by people from another planet, to officially welcome NET civilization and entering a new era of diplomatic relations with our brothers and sisters from space. Are you ready?
Wow. Amazing. That was incredible. And the artwork in that location is amazing. What Daniel shared, before we get onto Adam, we have a few minutes here. What Daniel shared about the survey that was done, where 35% said world peace, right? So 52% said everything, yes. But if we go to the individuals, 35% said world peace. First thing that comes up for me is the world peace starts with the inner peace, and it's ultimately, what does consciousness have to do with it? What does the inner work have to do with it? Well, we can't get to this collective embassy, this earth embassy, where we all come from all over the world at a higher level of consciousness, unless we choose to do the inner work and release these traumas from past lives, this life, these, a lot of things that we've adopted and been raised with that we need to release in order to come to a sense of peace with ourselves and others, and really see ourselves in the other. so that we can create global peace, right? And so I'd love for the next couple of minutes before we get on with Adam, maybe Scott and Sylvain, you guys want to jump on and just share what you felt about what Daniel just shared.
Well, I think it's beautiful to see how people from all over the world are looking at this. And I really enjoyed what he talked about, the historical reference to Venice and Genoa. I thought that was like a really insightful way of thinking about it, because it's true. You know, it's obviously the world, if you take a look at world history, like the power centers change. It's Rome, it's Greece, it's Washington, D.C. And I think that that was a perspective. It's like, yeah, whichever country opens itself up will be like the next, or will be a significant galactic power. So I thought that was a really wise. Of course, my mind starts going to, well, you know, I'm imagining maybe Scandinavia, maybe Canada. I'm trying to think, what are the cool, the progressive new thought countries that
Right.
would play that role.
Well, I was thinking Chile, because I don't know if you know about Chile, but they've been really open to extraterrestrials, and they had a program on UFOs that was not hidden. The public knew about it ever since the 90s. So could be a country like that as well, where, and in many South American countries, many of the people, even if they're Catholic, just accept the fact that they're beings from the stars.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a lot of people ask us, or ask me specifically, that which nations are we talking to, right?
Which ones?
Because Danielle specifically is the front person talking with government officials about this project, and he's not telling me. Unfortunately, I don't even know. Like, he's keeping it extremely close to there's NDAs in place. It's really not because he wants to keep it private. That's because he has to. The nations that are discussing it want to release information of their involvement in discussing it on their own terms. It is political. It's still, you know, kind of a hot topic from political perspective. However, I've received some hints along the way in discussions. Pretty sure it won't be a cold country. Which
country?
It won't be a cold country. And this is just based on hints, so it's like, you know, I may be completely off track, but so Scandinavia, which even though I agree with Scott, is, you know, tends to be extremely
progressive,
open to new ideas and stuff.
Yeah.
Maybe not, you know, Canada, maybe not. However, South America, like you mentioned, Chile, for example, and other places, or even in the Pacific, some islands that are not so cold are openly talking about ETs, and their politicians are openly talking about it. So maybe those are more likely to be in discussion, because it's already politically safe to have those discussions with us. So we'll see in the next few years, I think, or perhaps even next year.
Right. Well, it's also probably connected to countries that aren't so holding on so deeply to the power structure, the petrol, you know, gas, right? The power grid, and being able to monetize that through corporate corruption that is basically fueling the politicians of that country. Because when it comes to UFOs and us being visited, the question of how they're coming here, are they using gas fueled engines? Do they have electricity? Is there some sort of free energy technology going on? So I feel that's also tied into why it probably hasn't been disclosed as well, is that holding on to those control mechanisms that pretty soon probably need to, you know, to leave.
Yeah, absolutely. I always enjoy reading some of the comments, and there's a lot of people in the chat box, including Adam Apollo, who's going to be one of our major speakers today. And he suggests equatorial regions, perhaps. Jeffrey Cole points out that France is the new home of the International Space Federation. And a lot of people are suggesting, like you said, Neil, South American countries.
Yeah.
And what Neil also just said is true. Again, when I met with Danny Sheehan 2 weeks ago now, he said that one of the big reasons that there has been such a grip on not releasing information is that the ETs do have free energy, and reverse engineering taught us free energy. And I think most of us know the stories that free energy has been created many, many times, and tragically, people who have created free energy devices have disappeared, been murdered, or their patents have been, bought up and then locked away because of the tremendous grip that the oil industry and the military industrial complex has had on the world economy.
Yeah.
And I think that's all going to change.
Exactly, yes. And the perfect segue to our next presenter, Adam Apollo, because this is what we're talking about, becoming a world citizen. What happens when we move from the identity of our local city to our county to our country to the fact that we're all citizens of this planet Earth? And that's what the next presenter is going to be presenting with us, Adam Apollo. Adam Apollo is a frequent flyer at Portals to Ascension, I'm proud to say, and he has offered insights on global transitions, physics, technology, human spirituality, and the future as a leadership ambassador at the White House, in multiple summits at the United Nations, and at conferences and festivals around the world. After having a vision of the universe as a fractal hologram at the age of 15, he extensively studied a wide variety of branches in theoretical astrophysics, completing major research papers on the potential interface between consciousness and the physics of space-time by the time he graduated high school. He's the founder of the Unified Movement and several educational technology-based companies and organizations, as well as a faculty member and the lead systems architect for several international online academies, including the Resonance Academy for Unified Physics from Nassim Haramein, the Guardian Alliance Academy, which is his own academy for self-mastery, where I believe he also teaches Jedi training, and the Visionary Arts Academy. He currently has over 6,000 active students of all ages from around the world, and he's dedicated to achieving a sustainable and thriving interplanetary culture. So let's bring Adam on. Good to see you, brother.
Hey, thanks, Neil. That bio's a little bit old, man. That's
Oh, we gotta
the
update it.
Resonance
Sorry.
Academy alone has like 150,000 students in it.
Okay, yes. I think, was that the email that you just sent me about that too?
It's all right. It's
All right,
okay.
I'll update it next time.
Thank you. I
See you,
appreciate
brother.
it. It's a great intro. And you guys just, essentially put the T-ball right on the stick for me to hit it, because I'm going to essentially dive into what I like to call the world game, and how we actually can become a galactic civilization, and what kind of issues do we need to address in the process of moving from where we are right now as our country structures and our technological structures to a planetary culture, and essentially then to an interstellar culture. So I really appreciate you all having me here tonight. I'm really honored. I support deeply this mission of building an embassy on this planet for off-world entities, extraterrestrial beings from around the galaxy. It's extraordinarily important for us to establish diplomatic relationships and contact beyond the individual contacts that so many of us, I'm sure many of those even watching this event, have had. It's time to make this real and official and scientific and important. And I'm going to lay a little bit of groundwork throughout my talk and presentation in order to help facilitate people understanding what it's going to take and what it may look like to make these kinds of planetary transitions. So if there's no further intro or questions, I'll go ahead and jump in, and I'll be presenting some slides.
Perfect.
Okay, great. So what is this world game that it takes for us to play to become this galactic civilization? Well, at its foundation is the idea of how we get to become an interstellar society and civilization ourselves. What is at the heart of that process? How do we get here to where we're flying an Enterprise starship to different planets, hanging out with different cultures, being stewards of worlds beyond our own? But most importantly, how do we manage and transform our own planet, bringing back a level of sustainability and regenerative culture that allows our cities to become green, our lands to thrive, and our children to grow up in a beautiful and healthy planet for generations to come. We're faced with this kind of crazy challenge when we get into the roots of the energy and the transportation industries. We've been essentially using the same engine for the last 400 years. The latest update to this engine was in 1954, known as the Wankel engine. So with all of our amazing technological progress across almost every field, why is it that we have not evolved this most fundamental piece of technology that's literally still driving all of our cars? What happened? Well, one of the lenses that we can look at is the sort of technological process of control that happened around the time of Nikola Tesla. Most people don't realize this, but a series of events, starting with JP Morgan suing Tesla and then buying controlling interest in Tesla's patents, followed by a seizure of Tesla's works and classification of those works, and then essentially major parts of his energy work disappearing into secret projects, gives us a little hint about the need to control energy systems and advanced technologies that we find later really becomes a serious issue when events like Scott was talking about happen in Roswell, where you have a crash, you've got extensive amounts of whistleblowers discussing this crash, and we have to really ask the question, why would that be kept secret? Why would a government choose to keep something like this under wraps? Well, right around this time, and Roswell was 1947, in 1938, there was a radio broadcast called War of the Worlds. Many of you might be familiar with movies created from this. And that War of the Worlds broadcast caused a mass panic across the nation. Everyone who heard the broadcast thought that there were extraterrestrials coming down. There was panic. It ended up in the news. There was entire towns that thought they needed to flee and escape. And we can see in this mass reaction that occurs the sort of intensity that the military industrial complex and essentially all of the different groups working on advanced technologies for national security might think, uh-oh, if this knowledge is out there, we're going to create mass panic. And you also have us, of course, rolling right into World War II and lots of secret war technology being built by the Nazis, and this Cold War sort of interest developing right off the bat to protect technology. But of course, the story goes even further back than that. You have economic interests going back to World War I and World War II. The amount of profit that these wars have created is a foundational lens for understanding one of the major reasons why technological control of the planet has been so prominent. And of course, if we look at the average household income, the sort of split in economics between the top 1% and every percentage below that, it's absolutely astounding to see how much that income gap has grown more and more and more through this technological control established over the 1900s. If we look at oil and gas revenue and profit, in 2022, the global oil and gas industry earned record income of more than 4 trillion US dollars. PetroChina earns over $11,000 per second. Oil and gas invested only 4% of their money into clean energy technologies. And that is ridiculous because there are so many incredible technologies being developed all over the planet that are clean, are efficient, and have the capacity to change the world in drastic ways. But as Neil pointed out, many of those technologies have been closed down, the patents purchased, individuals have disappeared. In some cases, we know that certain individuals were killed or have died. And this really points to the intensity of the heart of the issue we're facing in creating a massive change of the guard in how we steward our planet. From different water technologies to advanced solar systems, and all the way through to really advanced energy systems and research. There are many different routes that are in play right now, and advanced technological work being done to open up the field and free the energy for the people around the world. And this fundamentally changes the power dynamics here on planet Earth. After all, what happens when energy is free? What happens when you can desalinate water in any village or location in any place on the planet? What happens when you no longer need electrical lines for transmission? Every house can sustain its own electricity. Every building can sustain its own electricity. And you have the ability to create resources, objects, and channel energy, essentially solving so many of the major world crises overnight. And of course, the funny thing about all of this is that energy is already free. We already know, even back in the time of the 80s when the vacuum catastrophe was a big topic at hand, that the fundamental field of space-time is full of energy and that there are no actual closed systems in the universe. When we start to really get into the physics of the structure of space, and I'm not going to go down that road in this talk, but I do in many of my other presentations, we start to be able to understand that by getting in touch with the nature of the structure of space-time itself, we can unlock some specific technologies, not just energy, but two others that, as a trifecta, could form the greatest change we've ever seen happen on Earth in the quickest time imaginable. The two other technologies are quantum replication and superluminal travel. Quantum replication is essentially the idea you see in Star Trek. You want a cup of coffee, you simply type in a little program, and it assembles the atoms and the molecules to create that cup of coffee right in front of you. Now, suddenly you can replicate gold, silver, metals, objects, diamonds. Once you're assembling structures of matter, resources in themselves no longer contain inherent value. You don't have to mine them out of a planet. That's another, of course, great benefit of this kind of technology. But more importantly, it's actually a change in our understanding of economics. And this economics change is what has already happened throughout the galaxy. These species do not require mining of their worlds in order to develop specialized metal resources for developing certain technologies. They've already figured out that space-time is a geometric energetic lattice and that lattice can be edited, just like any computing system. Also, superluminal travel is a huge deal because if you freed up resources, you freed up economy, and you have free energy, imagine what would happen if you could instantaneously travel to anywhere within the galaxy within minutes or seconds or no time at all. You could be in the other side of the planet at any time that you wanted to visit friends. There are no more essentially establishable borders because you can arrive to anywhere on the planet at any time. And this, of course, is deeply concerning for powers that wish to control those borders and the economic boundaries that those borders represent. Now, of course, this also opens up a much bigger picture, a picture of what it looks like to be an interplanetary species, a picture of what it looks like to travel the galaxy, to get to know other worlds, to release the pressure of our growing population on Earth out into the rest of the universe. And so these two technological transitions are a huge deal, and we have to ask ourselves, what would it take for these technologies to be able to succeed? And that includes energy technologies. One of the key principles for that success is a simple idea called open source. When we look at technology from an open source lens and we see what has happened, particularly within the computing and web development industries, we recognize that a massive explosion of value and wealth and resources and capacity happens when we allow the foundations of our technology to be open and free. And this is what is going to be required of these three major technological pieces for planetary transition. Because without that, you create a power vacuum. And the galactic community learned this a long time ago and realized if you create power vacuums between different planets, you're almost always going to end up with conflict. Whereas if you create an interplanetary culture in which all of the most high-level technology is open sourced, then everybody evolves and progresses at the same rate and the same speed. Now, this is also extraordinarily important when we start to look at our transportation technology and how we get from here to there in the world. If we kind of review back on the Earth thinking here and consider the transportation costs and technology, the amount of cost it simply takes for us to move our goods and our services and our products around is $9.1 trillion. And that was in 2020. So if we update that amount a little bit, you can imagine the level of difficulty we have just moving things around. Imagine what happens when it becomes almost zero cost to move all of those same objects. This is the sort of rescue line for a lot of these industries and economies and companies who are scared of losing the power of gaining the massive amounts of money that they have gained for so long through oil and gas industries and many of the pervasive military industrial industries around the planet. But hey, if we really want to get to the bigger picture here, we've got to look at the Starship technology approach. How do we get to become an interstellar species? Well, we've built a lot of technologies to get us up into the sky. But every one of those technologies that we've built to take us to space is essentially a propellant-based technology. By exploding or pushing something out of the back of one side of a device, we attempt to push ourselves through the fabric of space-time. Now, as a unified physicist, I can tell you there's huge problems with this, because the more you accelerate, the more you're dilating the structure of space-time. And the more you dilate the structure of space-time, the more gravity is created, the more G-force is created, the more energy it takes to go faster. And so we're left with a space industry that essentially says, hey, sit here on top of this giant explosive rocket device. We're going to blow it up behind you and do your best to hang on as you shoot into the sky. And of course, we've known due to the events that have happened with different rockets here on Earth, Saturn V rocket, for example, that can be extraordinarily dangerous. And in any case, at the best level of technology that we have using this mechanism, if we wanted to get to Alpha Centauri, which is the closest nearby star, it's going to take us about 18,000 years. So this is obviously not a good solution. And the reason it's not a good solution is because that craft is literally pushing against the structure of space. And the more it pushes against the structure of space, the greater the resistance, the greater the space-time wake. And this is why you end up with people and mainstream physicists who say, we'll never make it to another planet, and no species has made it to other planets, because when we accelerate, we create this huge problem. But they're not asking the right question. The right question is, what would it look like to travel without propulsion in this way, or without acceleration? Now, that might sound like a far-fetched idea, except that we already have technologies. Roger Scheuer and Guido Fetta's M-Drive and Kiné Drive is designed as a simple cone. It has no output. There's no exhaust. There's nothing exploding or coming out the back. It's simply a metal cone bouncing around microwaves, and the energy inside of the structure actually creates propulsion through space-time. This is because as the light bounces inside of the cone, the structure of space itself is responsive to those light waves bouncing, and that creates a force pressure that drives the movement of the object. Now, this is a huge insight as we move forward in developing future technologies, but it's also just the first glimpse, because people like Ronald Mallet from the Chrono Institute has ended up doing an amazing amount of work on things called unidirectional ring lasers. And what they realized is that simply by rotating light in particular ways within a structure, you can cause and create a gravitational force. In other words, light and gravity, light and space-time talk to each other. And from a unified physics lens, what we would just say is that the structure of space is made of light, and that if you move light inside of that structure in a particular way, you have the capacity to control the flow and the development of that light. Now in NASA, we've got guys working on things like the IXS Enterprise, which has come out of Harold White's work. And it's looking at how do we warp space-time? How do we contract space in front of us and expand space behind us in order to achieve things like warp drive? And there are also some problems with things like that, in that, you know, the idea of contracting a huge amount of space going out into the distance in front of you and expanding space behind you requires a huge amount of energy and an insane amount of pressure that would be created in the space-time structure itself. But there are better solutions, and I do talks that present many of these other solutions. Some of them are on Portal to Ascension with Neil, and you're welcome to explore some of my work in that area. In simple form, one of the things that I've designed is a ring system, which essentially can isolate the space-time structure within the craft, separating it from the outside space-time around the craft, and then this can be used as a fundamental mechanism for the craft to essentially loosen its hold on the surrounding space-time fabric and be able to jump. So let's look a little bit at what it would take to build a superluminal spacecraft, to actually travel to the stars. Well, we talked a lot about energy, and of course, energy is one of the first major keys to doing this right. And there are many people working on different kinds of energy systems. This is my friend Nassim, who has been building a resonator, is one particular energetic approach, but there are many others, as I discussed and presented earlier. The second major piece of a Starship system is life support, being able to bring the right kind of resources, devices, and to be able to construct things to repair that ship on extraordinarily long journeys. Now, what we've come to understand when I talked about replication is that the structure of space is geometric. And that means it may respond to things like cymatics, to molecular sculpting using laser light. And in fact, we're already doing some of this technology through excimer laser LIGA. We're literally building gemstones and minerals one molecule at a time using light itself to do it. So we're not that far from some of these things that I'm talking about. And the really big one, of course, is the gravity drive. And in my theoretical model, essentially you use a laser interference cavity with an upper ring and a lower ring. And by counter-rotating those rings, you create a structure in which the light interferes with and interacts with the geometry of the structure of space itself, creating a gravitational envelope around the craft, and thus allowing the craft to move through space-time without having any pressure from the force of acceleration. In other words, no G-force, as we generally call it. Now, if you want to get across the galaxy, you also got to have an atlas. And there's problems with that too, because stars age. And although every single star has its very specific stellar spectra, we have to deal with the fact that most of the stars we're looking at are already many, many, many years old. They're, 1,000 light years away means we're looking back 1,000 years in time at the star by the time its light reaches us. And so we need something that's more consistent than the aging of normal stars to travel the galaxy. And fortunately, due to the work of people like Paul Laviolette, who's a doctor, he wrote a book called Decoding the Message of the Pulsars and revealed a particular solution to this in which pulsars could be used as navigation beacons. And it turns out that there is a perfect distribution of pulsars all around the galaxy already. It's almost like there were a series of lighthouses put there for the purpose of superluminal travel across the galaxy. Now, in order to do something like that, you're basically just going to triangulate through the frequency and the energy of 3 different pulsars in a distant location. And through that triangulation, you can find the exact energetic energies of that location, translate it to the system that's communicating light waves to space-time, and the object will jump to that location. Now, that's a very brief way to describe what's happening. And again, I won't get into that in too much detail because there's some more important things to discuss here today before I wrap up. And it's not necessarily all the physics of space-time travel. So the fifth big piece that we want to talk about is communications. We have this amazing technology already working where we are quantum teleporting data and information between the Earth and satellites in different kinds of ways. That is revealing to us that space-time is actually a massive web of wormhole networks, that wormholes and entanglement are actually the same thing. And a lot of the leading mainstream physicists right now are getting behind this idea. There is so much more to this because when we get down to our own experience, we start to see the physics that describe that everything that we're experiencing in reality is due to these entanglements between the protons in our body and the protons outside of us. We're in this very direct relationship with the structure of space all around us. And that is super profound because it starts to open up many different ideas about how information can transfer instantaneously between us and people we care about. Most of us know that term as telepathy. And interestingly, it's been proven over and over and over again, whether by Princeton Engineering Anomalies Research Group or by any of you out there who are mothers and who have kids and have had the direct experience of the child being outside or being in another room and they hurt themselves and you feel it before you hear anything. You know that it's happening. And so we know and we have experiential proof that we are telepathic beings and that we are in these connections with each other. This starts to open up a little bit of a different world. This is the world where many of us have learned to develop the ability to communicate with extraterrestrial beings on other planets. Why would we use telepathy to do it, though? Why wouldn't we just pick up a phone or send a radio wave to talk to them? The answer is that in order for a radio wave to reach a star system that's 400 and something light years away, like the Pleiades, for example, it's going to take 400 years to send the message there and 400 years to send the message back. So we need a faster communication system. And it may be that our own bodies already have this advanced technology built in where we develop these capacities. And of course, that leads us down this rabbit hole of a much deeper conversation about how spirituality is in fact a critical part of the development of a species as they come into stewardship of their planet. It's not that we need to all get wooey and go 5D and pretend that we're going to evaporate from the physical world. It's actually about taking stewardship and management of our world and the physical structures within it through a higher perspective of how we are stewards, how we can serve all life for all time to come. Now, an advanced galactic society is already going to have developed this capacity, because if you want to travel faster than light, you're probably externalizing some level of telepathic and astral travel capabilities. The ability to remote view to another world, telepathically communicate with coordinators around that planet, and then jump your ship to that location. And of course, you don't have to do all of this through some deep form of meditation. Your technology can augment it the same way as our phone augments our ability to telepathically communicate through talking to each other onto other sides of the planet. Now, spirituality also leads to deeper understandings about interstellar diplomacy. What does it mean to have universal translation between societies and cultures? What does it mean to have stewardship over worlds that are not quite developed enough yet to become part of this galactic community? And along the way, as you can probably imagine, it seems that many galactic species have had to learn a lot of lessons about that, because we've had periods right here on Earth at different points in history where there was perhaps not a prime directive limiting the influence of the extraterrestrial species here in their interactions with people on Earth. And that may have caused some serious problems. And so everyone everywhere, as you can imagine, is growing up and learning and developing. But it's also not just so simple to say, hey, we'll all just, get enlightened and we'll just do this and we'll become this galactic species. Because one of the greatest challenges we have right now is actually getting on the same page with the information that is being shared. I'm sure many of you out there have had the experience of getting in touch with certain new ideas, so to speak, that are actually very old ideas and that unfortunately lead us down the wrong trail in terms of what's really going on in our world, like that the Earth is flat, or that, say, between 1750 and 1850, there was a super advanced civilization called Tartaria that went through a massive reset. These things lead us away from the truth trail of our own direct experience. And I want to illustrate for you what the kind of larger scope of this looks like. We can see things like the social dilemma and the work of Meta in their processes of getting us towards this world where something like Ready Player One is real. Well, the fascinating thing about Ready Player One and this virtual metaverse world that we see, and by the way, I'm a CEO of a tech company, so this is my wheelhouse and my world, and I'm going to share with you a lot more of what we're doing in that space. But is this the world that you guys want? I mean, do you really want to spend your life, in some VR as the interesting place to be because the world itself is falling apart? No, we have to make a deeper level change in stewardship of our information, of our consciousness, and that means how we interact with our communications technology. And I like to ask this question: what if the metaverse could support planetary stewardship? What if these advancements in technology and gaming can actually create a rapid development of planetary visualization technology that drives regenerative social, environmental, and economic impact? And this is where the world game really comes into play. And so I've been building this system for many years now. It's about 10 years in the theory and the work and a lot of the open source prototyping development. But now we're actually building this full system stack that is a planetary operating system. And this operating system works like an educational hub where you can take free courses, learn things, go through gamification processes, join missions, and essentially make real world impact in the world and track that real world impact so that we can actually see the changes that we're making and the difference that we're making in our lives by participating in just simple things like selling our music, creating our stuff, doing all the stuff we're already doing right now, but driving that work towards regenerative impact. And we created a regenerative economic model around all of this, where a partner of ours like Unify, which I co-founded back in 2012, does a massive global campaign for World Water Day. And you have someone sell a piece of art in order to support World Water Day. With our economic system, it lets us split royalties to that seller, to that community, and they can give whatever percent they want into the Water Impact Fund. Once that money ends up in that Water Impact Fund, you've got points that that seller earns and points that the buyer earns. And suddenly, now you have a galvanized way where anyone creating any kind of digital product or media or online sale, and by the way, it's $1 trillion industry of people selling digital products these days. Now, money from every one of those sales is going into these impact funds, and you've got people that are doing the buying and the selling earning points along the way. But instead of that money just sitting there, what we do is we translate those impact funds into bounties. Those bounties get attached to missions. And now you've got kids in high school, college, people that do Uber, TaskRabbit, and Lyft. And instead of driving a car around or instead of cleaning someone's toilet, they're becoming bounty hunters, joining missions where they then go and clean up a river, for example, with a group of people in real life, take some photos afterwards. Yeah, look what we just did. Awesome. And as soon as they do that, they upload those photos, they get paid, they earn badges, and they earn points. We're essentially creating a new kind of impact marketplace, an Amazon scale marketplace for impact jobs, where we can actually channel global impact funds, not just from ourselves, but from billion-dollar to trillion-dollar impact funds that are being created right now to the real work that real people are doing on the ground, instead of into a black box like the Red Cross, where you don't see what's happening, instead of into all of these large charities that nobody really trusts anymore. And now we create massive economy, massive job opportunities, massive vocation. And what we're actually doing, by the way, is basically building Starfleet. We create programs for the youth to become creative leaders and ambassadors in making these changes and earning points and badges that are appropriate for their age groups. Once they get into college, they get a little more advanced, like, the SHIELD group out of Marvel, where they become an advanced strategic command, enabling noble directives, doing real world work in the world. And then as they become older and join, people that are my age, they become part of a league, of a sophisticated network of business and project leaders, earning points and gaining credibility and gaining recognition and building their responsibility by building their networks with each other. And essentially, we just change the entire social game overnight. We say, look, who cares how many followers you have? What I actually care about is how many trees you've planted, how many photovoltaic systems have been installed or rivers have been cleaned up, maybe not even because you went and did it, but because you created and you gave to that. And in that way, we can support the kids that are into the gaming and the metaverses. One of our partners has 5 people from Marvel on their team, and they're saying, well, what would happen if we incentivized kids to clean up rivers or beaches by, if they do, let's say 10 beach cleanups, they can earn an Aquaman style suit for their virtual avatar. Perhaps they'll even learn real physical skills. They'll develop real world products and projects. And now you're incentivizing the youth and the kids to move far beyond this sort of I'm in my computer game world into I'm in the real world and I am a planetary steward. Shifting this whole dopamine hit game of how cool am I to a new level of mission metrics that say, actually, how much change am I making? How much of a leader am I? How much of a planetary steward can I be? Can I be a superhero for the future of the world? Can I make impact? And when I mention river cleanups and beach cleanups, these are just two different kinds of projects, all in the water sector. But we have projects in land and air and fire and life, projects in communications and education, health and food, justice and principles. We're interested in whole sector change, changing the way that we actually approach planetary stewardship at the most fundamental levels, where we start to see that all systems are interconnected, that everything that we do makes a difference and makes an impact. And I believe it's very possible that we can take a very small amount of the networks that we already have. Unify, for example, reaches 100 million people per month. If we take 8 million of those people, turn that into revenue where those people are earning money from each other and buying and selling goods online, and they're donating to impact, we can very quickly turn that into millions of paid days of impact, where people are actually making a really good living and a really good income by being planetary stewards, by joining this sort of distributed Starfleet. And of course, you know, the technology is just going to get better. Right now, we're stuck in these screens, but everything that we're building is towards where I just put on a pair of glasses. There is no blue background in this screen, and I can just pull up my dashboards. I can see my communication systems. I can search and sort based on groups of people that I'm interacting with. I can collect different ideas and different knowledge very quickly. I can create different kinds of digital media products, courses, music, videos, etc. And of course, I can travel around and get to know other people's work, as those people are actually star systems with planets of content around them and all different kinds of data. And so this is a very big project I've been working on for a long time. And what we believe is that it's possible right now to disrupt this entire social industry game that's throttling people, stealing from them, essentially using them as data control, and develop instead a sort of planetary dashboard that we're all a part of, that we're connected around, where we're in a different kind of game, a game that's actually about restoring our world, a game that's actually about harmonizing and balancing the biospheres of our planet, a game that's about getting to know who we truly are, and maybe the worlds that we came from before we came here. And how can we get to know with lucidity and clarity the truth about who we are, the truth about our history, by leveraging trust, by leveraging an ability to sort through false information and actually get right down to the heart of what is true and what is good and what is real. And I believe through that pathway, we can become an amazing galactic culture. We can see Star Trek's, academies become real. We can have flying cars to travel to other worlds. We can go out into the atmosphere and really see our beautiful spherical planet, each of us individually, not for just the first time, but for the first of many, many times. And we can go to other worlds and meet other species and other cultures and learn from those cultures. How did they learn to master their planet? How did they learn to change the structure of their entire planet to be supportive of life for all the generations to come? Can we become humble again and learn that we're not the smartest people out there? We're not the lead species that gets everything while everything else is animals. That in fact, maybe we're beginners. We're like teenagers in the galactic family. So I invite you to come and explore our project. It's called Core Nexus. You're free to go to corenexus.is or take a picture of the QR code on your screen if that's available to you. And really appreciate your time and for letting me have this presentation. Here's how you can reach me in my work. Thank you all so very much.
Beautiful, brother. You are definitely from a planet with very advanced technology. Seriously, man, you're like bringing it to Earth. You're taking us evolutionary into this next phase, because that ability, that coding, the programming techniques, all there, but we're keeping it so archaic, and you're really taking it to the next level, brother. So thank you so much for everything you're doing.
It's an honor and pleasure, gentlemen. Keep up the amazing work, and I'm with you. I support you. Let's do this. I can see the planet that we're creating together. Thank you so much for all of your work.
Thank you, man. Let's do it. All right. Take care, brother.
Thank you. Good night.
Amazing. And you can see a lot more of Adam, as he said, on Portal to Ascension, on our YouTube, and just search him on the internet if you want to check out more of his presentations. Some incredible presentations, including one 3-hour event just on the galactic technology of different ET races. So please do go check other work out from Adam. So we're going to move on here. We're a little behind schedule, so we're going to move on straight into our next presenter. We have Ruben Langdon joining us, everybody, and let me go ahead and set him up here while I read his bio. Haven't had Ruben on here for a while, so I'm excited to see him. Ruben is an international stuntman, actor, filmmaker, video game star, whose work you can see in productions like Pirates of the Caribbean, the Power Rangers series, and the highest grossing film of all time, Avatar, where he played the role of Jake Sully's alien avatar. Rubin shot to stardom in the video game world with leading roles as Ken Masters in Street Fighter and Dante in the Devil May Cry franchise. His film and television career has given him the opportunity to work with some of the biggest names on the screen, from Jackie Chan, Andy Serkis, to director James Cameron, and even Steven Spielberg. It was while working on James Cameron's Avatar that Rubin had his first UFO sighting, and this sent him in the direction of ufology and the paranormal. For over a decade now, he has been researching extraterrestrial phenomena. He is the host of the popular TV show Interview with ED, Extra Dimensionals, on the Gaia Network. He was even doing that before it was on there. And in 2013, he co-produced the 5-day event at the National Press Club in Washington, D.C., which was a milestone for the disclosure movement, called the Citizen Hearing on Disclosure. The historic event brought together over 40 witnesses, mostly ex-government and military, to testify in front of 6 former members of Congress in a mock congressional hearing about ETs engaging the human race. To date, it is still the most comprehensive body of evidence and testimony ever delivered. And so I'm excited to bring Rubin on. Rubin, are you with us? Well, I guess I did not set you as a presenter properly. Here we go. And Tanny says there's a great interview with Rubin and ED, so check that out. Hey, Rubin, you there?
There we go. Yeah, I think I'm just waiting for my camera to kick in. Come on, camera.
All right,
there we go.
Hey,
right.
brother.
Hey, good to see you.
Good to see you too, man. Yeah, for sure. Welcome. All right, it's all yours. Where are you going to take it today?
Okay, well, tough act to follow there with Adam. Amazing, amazing presenter as always. He always blows my mind with his presentations.
Seriously, yeah.
So I guess we're obviously the theme here is disclosure, and you guys have really set the stage here with everything that's going on, and I'm just gonna sort of tap in really quick and just say that this week, I would say, has been in the collective consciousness has been a major milestone in disclosure. We, as mentioned earlier, you guys talked about, Neil and Scott talked about the congressional hearings that we had and over the summer, and I'm thinking my production on the citizens hearing hopefully helped that a little bit along. That was a 10-year ago event, but what we had this past week, which most people probably wouldn't really think of as a disclosure bomb, is actually been predicted. And there's people on my show, ETs, I have my show, I interview different ETs or people who channel ETs, and I interview that consciousness as they're channeling it. And one very popular ET consciousness had made the prediction that in November this year, that we would have a major event. Most people sort of interpreted that event as a sighting, like a Phoenix Lights type sighting. But when this event happened, I knew this is what he was talking about. And what that event is, and probably most people aren't going to fully be on the same page as me, but I'm going to throw this out there, is this event was David Grush on the Joe Rogan podcast. And that happened that was last week, just before Thanksgiving. And I don't know about you guys, but I think the Thanksgiving dinner table conversation was probably around this idea of the ET presence. And as if I don't know if you caught, it was almost a 2.5 hour podcast. And David Grush knocked it out of the park. He hit all of the major talking points. I disagree with some of his people that he was sort of pushing forward as the disclosure experts, but that's okay. We don't have to go there. The main thing was the seeding of the collective consciousness, because I don't know if you guys know, but Joe Rogan has on average 11 million views per episode. And I just did a quick search, and the second most popular Joe Rogan viewed episode is the Bob Lazar episode with Bob Lazar and my buddy Jeremy Corbell. and in the top 10, you know, you have Graham Hancock, and Edward Snowden and others. But the UFO subject is a big topic that Joe has the interest in, and he's sharing this information. But I think to have someone of the caliber of Grush and his disclosures on that show, because most people, just to be honest, most people were not paying attention to the Congress, to David Grush speaking at Congress, and he didn't have the platform to really fully unpack all of the information that he has. And he's a very well-informed individual. And according to my research, everything was spot on as far as what he was saying. So what I believe that seeded the collective consciousness into sort of now opening the portal. If you guys know that famous story, I forgot where I heard it. It's kind of an urban legend, but the idea of when the colonists from Europe first came over to North America, and they were sort of their ships were parked outside the coast, and the indigenous at the time couldn't see the ships because they had no concept of what the ships were. And it wasn't until the shamans came in and sort of they had the visions in over a few days, and they had to actually sort of educate and tell the indigenous populations that there's ships out there. These are foreign ships, and there's something there. These are other people from other lands. And it wasn't until they had that seed in the consciousness that they could actually see the ships. So with that type of seeding of the consciousness, I think that we are very primed now. And I'm seeing the numbers. I was trying to get actual numbers on the David Grush interview and to see how many numbers are coming in, but it is very popular, and it's the number of retweets. And if anybody's on UFO Twitter, you'll see just tons of clips from it. So I think this is our disclosure bomb we were looking for, that some of these extraterrestrial consciousness had predicted. I don't know. We still have 2 more days left in the month of November here, so we could get a Phoenix Lights type event still. So not or 1 more day. So not ruling that out, but I think that we are definitely the consciousness is primed and ready. Tucker Carlson just had Representative Burchett on today talking about David Grush's testimony and others, and how this subject has been sort of kept away from humanity. And Burchett, mentioned the 80 years of secrecy that we've been having, and how Congress is stonewalling the bill that Grush was talking about. And so again, Tucker Carlson bringing it to that level. You're talking about 2 guys, Joe Rogan and Tucker Carlson, who have more than all of the mainstream media combined, the viewership. They have more viewership. So, I'm seeing Neil type in, just 1.4 million views, just that clip. So we're ready. We're here, and it's super exciting to experience, to be here after this long journey that I've been in, and many of you guys have been in longer than I have. This 10-year, a little bit more than 10 years for me, and I do believe the chatter in Congress, that's going to continue, but that's not what disclosure is. Disclosure is like what Adam was talking about, and what Scott and others were talking about, is that this is an individual phenomenon that collectively, as we sort of get that consensus reality, right, that Scott was talking about, I think we're getting very close to that. So the portals are opening, and as we move forward in this amazing time, we can celebrate. But at the same time, we still need to use discernment. And I'll just, I don't want to be a Debbie Downer, because this is a time of celebration. But there is many agendas at play here. And I just want to put a discernment disclaimer, that we do need to sort of understand the different players that are involved. And this is a very complicated subject with lots of ramifications, free energy, disruption of our current paradigm when it comes to monetary systems, energy systems, but spiritual systems, belief systems. So use discernment in where the narrative is going to go from here, and celebrate, but just be careful, because there are certain players in my research. There are certain players that want disclosure, like we all do, but they want to sort of be the gatekeepers of that disclosure and sort of control the narrative for certain purposes. So, without going into that too much, unless Neil or somebody, if you guys want to talk about that, I'm glad to go into that a little bit more. But the main thing here is, I think with this group and what we're talking about is creating the portals and creating the platforms for us all to have these contact experiences, this exchange of technology and spiritual wisdom, and I think we're there. So that's really about all I have to say. Is let's celebrate on that, and I know Neil. You were a little bit behind in time, so hopefully my little rant will go a little bit shorter. But maybe I can just say, well, Neil, did you have any you want to?
Well, love for you to share whatever you
that?
want to share. I was going to make a couple comments and then just have you kind of give us your perspective on it. But do you have anything
Sure.
else you want to share?
Yeah, well, I was just I'll follow up with my show and ongoing podcasts and stuff like that. But we'll do that at the very end.
So, in part of the Joe Rogan, first of all, yeah, I completely agree that Joe Rogan podcast was next level. It is the largest podcast in the world. And a lot of people say, like, I was living in London for the last 6 months. I was in a small village. I went to a Turkish barber. Guy had just moved over from Turkey. And he goes to me, right? Did you know that the US Congress yesterday has something on UFOs, right? Not even in his world, it's leaking into this. But he didn't really know any more than just he'd heard that. Now that it's been on Joe Rogan, many people that had just heard about it, oh, is there something going on about UFOs? I was at a comedy thing in Ireland and they were talking about it there, but none of them knew anything deeper. So what I feel this is going to do is allow a lot of those people who literally sit and listen to Joe Rogan, because he's just such a great, I just love him, right? So have the opportunity to drop deeper, but deeper than any other conversation that's taken place. Like that's what that podcast really showed.
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah, we need that long form podcast is what's needed for this subject matter. It's hard to just get the quick sound bites, and even Congress, it was so fast. And during the Congress session that Grush and David Fravor and Ryan Graves were at, there was a lot of great talking points, but they were so pressed for time, and the way the Congress members were sort of getting so much information in such a short amount of time, the direction that it was going was a little more fear-based, and you could tell that there was there was confusion, because Grush was talking about how his life was being threatened for coming forward, but the way it came out from in that congressional setting, it could have been interpreted as the ETs were threatening him, or there was some negative aspects to it, and I don't think that was what he meant, but it was confusing. So in the Rogan long form podcast, he was able to really clarify a lot of that stuff.
Yeah. Sylvain, did you want to jump in here?
Yeah, I did, because this is what's happening now. Just like Ruben said, it's really amazing. As we've been having a lot of discussions at the Alliance about this. There's a large amount of people, like the people that are here. We've been talking about this for years and years and years, no problem. And there's these discussions behind closed doors, or these official discussions that have been going on also for years with Congress. It's not the first time there's been discussions, also in Europe and other places, but and some people are paying attention to that. And the news are usually messing it up and kind of like not really focusing on the right things. So there's a massive amount of the population that is either disbelieving because they don't care, or they're not watching, they're not paying attention to those channels. So Joe Rogan and others, now that there's also interviews by Gary Nolan, which was early this year that actually did well, still on mainstream, but now you got credible individuals that are talking about it, but to the common folk in a way that they can understand that this is a discussion. So now we're getting the discussion into the mainstream in a positive way, or at least in an interesting way, that people are kind of, shying away from the desk for the day-to-day, saying, oh, this is like, I heard this seems to be real now. And like bringing this to the dining room table, like normal folks, right? That is super helpful to the Alliance's mission, which is about population, right? It's votes, diplomacy, it's voters. Voters are normal people, right? It's like, what are we going to do? So if we want some of these projects to come out, we need that 80% chunk of the population that is generally just going day to day, doing their normal things.
Yeah.
Now we want them to have to be part of that conversation, and this is what's starting, and that's really important.
Exactly. Yeah, I never, after having that experience in Congress the mock congressional hearing and talking to the 6 former members of Congress that we had for the citizen hearing on disclosure, I realized that after that event, Congress was going to be a dead end. I knew that we were never going to get the disclosure that we need in Congress. It actually blew my mind the last summer when we had Grush and others testifying, but I sort of figured this was going to be a grassroots, like just like women's rights with voting, the civil rights movement. These are all grassroots movements that come from the people, and then they work themselves up. So it's sort of a very similar type situation. Oops, my earphone died. Hold on. Are you guys hearing me okay?
Yeah, we hear you.
Okay. I'm just not here. Okay, there, I'm back. So I do think it's going to be a grassroots, and the more we can continue to have the conversations amongst ourselves and with other people in our communities, and come together and have more events like this, that we will get the disclosure that will force the hands of governments to disclose and create the legislation or whatever hopefully they'll model it after what you guys are doing here, but maybe the way things are going with government, I have a feeling they're not going to be around in their current form very much longer. There's so much distrust, and they've sort of lost most people with all the shenanigans that have been going on. And that's another reason we are getting these disclosures, because so many people are now understanding. Before it was kind of a big pill to swallow, like, what, the government's hiding the UFO secrecy or they're hiding this stuff for 80 years. That's impossible. How can they ever do that? But now people are starting to see, oh, well, they're lying about this, they're lying about that, they're lying, so now people are like, oh, of course they're lying about ETs. So we're in that sort of collective consciousness shift. And I think our job is to make it to take the fear out of it, because there is still a lot of the public that are first just hearing these things, and because of their belief systems or whatever, there's still a bit of fear, and there's a lot of narratives about end times and this kind of stuff where we're like, no, this is the end of the old times. This is a beginning of a new way of doing things, and there's nothing to be afraid of. So excited about these ongoing conversations and how it unfolds. But this is definitely what an amazing time to be alive.
Yes, it is. And we're moving from the conversation from what's in the sky to who's behind these vehicles, and then the next one is having the actual conversations with these beings, right? And perfect segue for your work, because that's what you've been doing. I feel like you've had more conversations with interdimensional extraterrestrial beings than most people on the planet. So love, as we close out with your session here, just to share about your work.
Yeah, it's that was sort of I started with the nuts and bolts, the citizen hearing and evidence-based research and that kind of thing, and then I started listening to some of these channeled messages coming from people who claim to channel ETs. And the more I listened to them, the more the puzzle pieces just sort of fit, and how the missing gaps that the evidence-based researchers sort of didn't have those puzzle pieces, and I'm like, wait, these guys over here are saying exactly what just fits perfectly within these missing areas. So as I started to explore that and dive deep, everything really made sense. And the biggest missing piece was really this spiritual aspect of, you know, doing the inner work as individuals and collectives in our communities, and how we can come together and thrive and work together on Earth. You know, as Adam was saying, this is our Earth home. Is we are all humans, even though we may have star family backgrounds. We are born from this planet, and that's where we can all find our commonality. And as I started diving into these conversations, that's what was being shared from these sort of higher perspectives, if not to put a hierarchy on things, but just to you know, higher frequency perspectives, and civilizations that have gone through different evolutionary stages, and they share with us, well, you know, you guys are going through what we went through, and you know, we shifted our into these higher realms of consciousness and sort of worked out our problems, and here's some nuggets for you guys to chew on, and maybe you guys can do this. And it's been an amazing journey. I've been working on that for about 10 years ongoing. I have a membership portal now, and doing weekly interviews with special guests and channelers, and new people coming around all the time. Where the phenomenon has really taken off. 10 years ago, Neil, I think we were at the at Rob Gauthier's channel panel together, right? And now it's like the channeling, the number of channelers who have come online and are able to connect and share. It's you could throw a stone and hit a channeler these days. Right? It's quite amazing.
Mm-hmm. That's first contact, as Bashar says, is us channeling.
Yeah, totally. And it's happening. The light language phenomenon. So many people are channeling light language and getting into that heart space and really connecting. And it's amazing to be sort of on that a viewer, you know, of it. And you know, and even in my own right, I'm sort of dipping my toe into those areas.
Yeah.
But
it's interesting. Fun. Okay, we got to talk more about that another time.
Okay.
Yeah. Thanks, Ruben. Appreciate you, brother. Thank you for everything you've done and been doing for so long, and just moving the conversation and really like getting so much information out there for us as we're learning who these beings are and, you know, how we interact with them. So appreciate you, brother, so much.
Oh, likewise, and thank you for your continued work and putting these types of events together.
Thank you, brother. Talk soon.
All right.
Okay, bye-bye. All right. So now, everybody, we are going to get into a little bit of music, I believe. Checking out the schedule here. So, Sylvain, we have video and song, but I'm not sure which video it is first. Do you know, or does Angelique know? Let's go ahead and bring Danielle on, because we're going to have some music from Danielle. Then we'll play the video. Yeah. And Angelique, if you could let me know in the chat which video we'll play afterwards, but we'll have the music first. And do you want to introduce Danielle? Because I don't have her bio here. Do you know any info on her?
No, Angelique does.
So we're going to be,
Danielle, but maybe she can introduce herself. Perhaps that would be.
So we're going to just be surprised and amazed with some beautiful music from Danielle. So let's go ahead and bring her on. Yes, perfect segue for all this information. There's a lot of information here, so it's beautiful to add music in order for us to integrate this experience. So Danielle, thank you so much for being here. Looking forward to hearing you.
Thank you all so much. Thank you, Neil. Thank you, Sylvain. Thank you so much, Scott. Huge love to Tanis and Angelique for reaching out today. My name is Danielle Allard, and I'm here to perform a song off of my most recent record, which is, of course, a space-themed concept album. So the fit, it's delightful. This is a song called All the Things. Look outside of your window. Tell me all the things that you see. Tell me, what is it like in all the places I can't be? Tell me that you are happy, that you have all the things that you need. Look out into the city, to all your memories, in the buildings and the trees. Close your lovely eyes, smile at the sky, think of nothing but the sun on your skin. Oh, close your weary eyes, dream that we can fly, stand in wonder at all the worlds within, and just be who you are, who you were meant to be. Just be who you are, who you were meant to be. Look outside of your window. Tell me all the things that you see. Look out into the city, to all your memories, in the buildings and the trees. Close your lovely eyes, smile at the sky, think of nothing but the sun on your skin. Oh, close your weary eyes, dream that we can fly, stand in wonder at all the worlds within. Just be who you are, who you were meant to be. Just be who you are, who you were meant to be. Thank you so much for allowing me to play music for you this evening. It was an honor to have you all in my basement. And sending so much love from Canada.
Full body chills, Danielle. Full body chills.
Thank you
Amazing.
so much, Neil.
Thank you. And
Thank
could you let
you.
us know who you are? Just where we can find more music from you.
Oh, for sure. My name is Danielle. I'm an independent musician and artist from Ottawa, Canada, and I spend a lot of time down here. So 3 times a week I live stream. So if you're ever feeling lonely and you're looking for a community of folks from around the world, we're live 3 days a week on Twitch, and it's just myname.com if you want to find some
Amazing.
music.
I know Scott's ears are probably perked up because he has a lot of musicians on his show. So
Amazing.
I've already texted her saying I want to book you on the Awakening World. So
Perfect. I love it, Scott.
Oh no, you have such
Wonderful.
beautiful energy. Music's incredible. So you'll be hearing from me
Thank
too.
you. Wonderful. Well,
Thanks,
enjoy the
Daniel.
rest, and it's been an honor to hear from everybody this evening.
Thank you. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Bye. Amazing. All right, and we're gonna get right into the video now. Do you want to preface this video, Sylvain? What video we're gonna see? Or should I just go right into it?
Right into it.
Let's do it.
Embassy for Extraterrestrials. What an amazing project, and oh, so much needed. But whatever the project, perhaps the more important the project, the more important the process. We have a well understood, well followed process that minimizes the likelihood of problems, that keeps costs to a minimum, and so on. And that process here, project definition, how do I fully understand the project? And then usually for a major project, there's a scoping study to identify potential sites. Feasibility study of the most promising site, and that of course informs the due diligence and permits the site acquisition. Then the master plan, which is exactly what it says, get everything coordinated and make sure you have all the approvals. At the end of the master plan, you're usually breaking into design and construction packages, and you can see some typical such packages there. And then of course, if everything's scheduled correctly, you go into a commissioning and then operations phases. So the project definition. Did the project definition, talked to the team, got a good understanding of what is involved, read the references, came to some conclusions. No extraterrestrial will want to deal with the disunited and disjointed humankind. So until their ground rules, they probably won't deal with us. Millions of tourists will not fly thousands of kilometers to visit a fake embassy for extraterrestrials. It has to be a real embassy. And therefore the rules are just as important on that point. So we need the diplomatic issues to be resolved before we proceed to determine a site. No good choosing a site and then finding out that the diplomatic rules are not agreed to by that government. So we have to insert in this one the diplomatic initiative. So what's a diplomatic initiative involve? Importantly, there are two optional protocols which came in around the same time. One about the acquisition of nationality and one about compulsory settlement of disputes. They're optional protocols. So things that were agreed to by some parties, but not all parties, were taken out of the main convention and put in as optional protocols, and those nations that wanted to adopt them could, those that didn't have to. That optional protocol mechanism is very useful. So the diplomatic initiative for this project builds on the Vienna Convention by providing a third optional protocol, and we provisionally titled it the Optional Protocol Concerning Embassies for Extraterrestrials. That, of course, is a draft. The most important thing now is to have that discussed in diplomatic circles and adopted by at least a few countries. So there's a few ways we can proceed. One, a country can adopt the protocol unilaterally, witnessed, of course, by ambassadors from another couple of countries. Two or more countries can sign the protocol and deposit a copy with the UN. The UN is just a depository there. A country can instruct its UN ambassador to request the United Nations Secretary General to work with the International Raelian Movement to present the protocol to the UN. A country could volunteer to host a convention to discuss the draft protocol. That's it, no obligation, just bring diplomats from various countries around the table to discuss the protocol. But if the protocol proceeds and is adopted, then it would become the protocol from that city concerning embassies for extraterrestrials. Or perhaps we missed something and there's a better mechanism, and of course we're happy to consider it. So the project definition's done, the diplomatic initiative is progressing. Before you can do the scoping study, the feasibility study and site acquisition, you need a concept master plan. You need some idea of what we're talking about. It's not the final plan. It's cartoonish a little bit, it's indicative, but you have to have it to be able to do those things, otherwise the consultants don't know what they're looking for. So go back to the source documents and look for the specifications. The key ones there, 1,000 meters from the edge of the building, so not from the center, but from the edge of the building, and a number of points of entry, utilities, the airspace, that's a diplomatic matter, and neutral territory, that's a diplomatic matter rather than a design matter. And so there we have a big round wall of 1,000 meters radius is a tricky thing to build. So 6 straight walls are much easier. Fitting that into a rectangle leaves some extra space, about 30 hectares in each corner for other uses. Particularly, of course, we need car parking, security area, and so on. A conference centre, a scientific institute, and so on. Site accommodation for staff, and depending on what utilities available, various types of plant in order to be able to operate the whole thing. So, and of course a perimeter fence around the outside of the whole thing, and along those 2 side walls you'll see there's a need for a little track running down the side between the actual wall and the boundary fence. So all of that gives us those areas, essentially 5 square kilometres. So what are the benefits for the host country if they decide that they want to be considered for this project? First of all, there's direct investment. It's an approximate figure, of course. We can't know the exact figure till the master plan is complete, and even the feasibility study will still be an approximation. But we think around that figure for the actual investment to construct the whole facility. And then tourism during that whole process. And once it's built, a lot of emphasis on tourism, of course, because that will keep the whole thing operating. But after ET arrival, it will be the hottest destination of all time. There will be no place on the planet more important than this embassy after the arrival of the extraterrestrials. And that will justify building a new city nearby, much, much bigger than a single science institute. We call that city tentatively Scientopolis. So the big question, of course, is how much tourism? You can build an attraction, but will people come to it? And of course, this pre-ET arrival. So here you have cultural tourism's top 7 from before COVID, of course. And you can see the biggest of those by far is New Mexico, which includes Roswell. Roswell, of course, has famous ET connections, and it fuels a massive part of New Mexico's visitations. After that, you can see the others, Great Pyramids of Giza, half of what New Mexico gets. And then falling steadily below those. The 2 you can't see, the Taj Mahal's about 7.5 million, and Eiffel Tower's about 7 million. By the way, the UK gets about £1 billion worth of income from the visitors that just come for the crop circles. It's just crop circles. £1 billion worth of income. So what are our projections? Well, we think 3 million visitors a year would be quite modest. An average spend of about 800 per visitor is quite normal. So we're talking about a total spend of US 2.4 billion a year, which, as I said, is not that much more. It's less than double of what the UK gets just from crop circles, which of course are transient, only a few months of the year, and you don't know for sure where they will be, somewhere in the croplands, of course, in the middle of the country. After ET arrival, who knows? You won't be able to count it. They'll be building new airports.
Thanks, Neil. Just before we get into the break, we're going to take a 5-minute break just now. This was Steve Goldie speaking. Steve Goldie is a international city planner. That's why he was speaking along those terms. He's the one that's been working with originally with the International Raelian movement on some of the planning. Now he's also working with us at the Alliance to to make sure the building happens correctly and according to rules, feasibility studies, and this is what he's been doing for a living for 30 years, and we have a team of architects available, as well as other professionals that are working on some of those technicalities, along with the diplomatic ventures. So just to show that this is a real project with real professionals working on it, and we are connecting with officials at those levels, diplomatic and political, to make it happen. So let's take that pee break for about 5 minutes, and then we'll come back for more.
All right, see you guys back at what time is it over there? 6:15 Pacific. 5 minutes. Okay.
Yeah.
Then we're back with Scott. All right, see you all in a bit. All right, everybody, we are back. We are officially back for the continuation of this amazing program here today. And I have the honor to be introducing our next speaker. And let me just pull up his bio here so I can do him justice. And it is going to be none other than Scott Catamas. So Scott and we connected about, I think, 3-4 years ago, and it was on his Awakening World show, and he was doing it with Deborah Juicy back then. And we've been kind of supporting each other with different types of events, gatherings. He's had me on his show multiple times. He's come and emceed on Portal to Ascension, and just the amount of commitment and love. Before I get into his official bio here, amount of commitment and love and dedication he has to consistently show up for people and to be doing this work and accumulating many amazing speakers and musicians in order to create a platform for people to go to and experience a sense of joy, connectivity, unity is pretty incredible. So I really have to take my hat off to Scott and what he's done, especially during the COVID times, because during those times, he was creating some events for people where people were stuck at home and providing a lot of inspiration and love, which is why I feel he has such a dedicated following right now because of all the energy that he put out there alongside Deborah in the beginning and continues to do so. So Scott Catamas is the creator of Love Coach Academy and the Global Peace Tribe. He has a very successful career as a writer, director, producer of educational programming, where he won multiple Emmy Awards and reached millions of people through his productions. He worked with many leaders in New Thought field, including Dr. Marshall Rosenberg, Tony Robbins, Deepak Chopra, Wayne Dyer, Ram Dass, and more. He was so impressed with the transformational power of these tools, he shifted in being a full-time life coach and teacher. When the pandemic hit, Scott immediately put together a full slate of free online programs with the senior love coaches. He's also partnered with longtime friend Deborah Juicy to create Saturday Night Alive and the Global Peace Tribe, that he's still continuing creating events through Awakening World. Through the Love Coach Academy, there are currently a dozen weekly online shows. I think this is a little old, probably. You've probably done much more since then. And I'll just say here that now he just continues doing this work, and I'm just really honored to be able to be connected with Scott and just be walking this path of awakening with him, just providing a lot of content and connecting people so that we can have a sense of unity as we move forward and become the world citizens that we are all destined to be. So Scott, appreciate you, brother. Thank you so much for everything you do, man.
Oh, thank you, Neil. That's a really beautiful introduction. And, it's happening. It really is happening. It's an incredibly exciting time. And it's a powerful time on the planet. And because this is such a special time, I have a very special gift I'm going to give to you and the entire audience. And that is, I am going to share with everybody the meaning of life. Who wants to know the meaning of life? Well, tonight I'm going to share it with you. And I'm actually not joking. I mean this sincerely. So, about 25 years ago, when I was producing television, and a lot of you probably watched the shows that I was a producer on, Strange Universe, The Other Side, The Paranormal Borderline, Looking Beyond. And it was really an amazing time being a producer on all those shows. And we did, of course, several shows on near-death experiences. I became good friends with a lot of the people in that world and still bring people like Daniel Brinkley and some of the others onto my current show, The Awakening World. At the time, the world's foremost authority on near-death experiences was a man, Dr. Kenneth Ring like on your finger. And you can Google him, you can read, he's written several books. Clinical psychologist who really dedicated 10 years of his life to studying authentic, legitimate near-death experiences. He would only accept a case if it was somebody who had been declared dead by a doctor or a police officer. They had to have been dead for at least 20 minutes. They had to have at least some partial memory of what happened while they were out there. And most of all, they had to be willing to be interviewed and hypnotized by a professional hypnotist while Dr. Ring would ask questions to probe the subconscious. By the time I first interviewed him, he had been doing this for 10 years. He had researched 300 cases all across the world: black, brown, yellow, white children, adults, Christians, Jews, atheists, Muslims, you name it. And people's experiences were very varied. And for the most part, people's experiences usually fit within their spiritual beliefs. Christians would see Jesus or Mary. Buddhists would see the Buddha. Some people saw deceased relatives. Some people saw the big golden light. It really varied. But there was a commonality he had not even been looking for when he started. See, when he started, he was a clinical psychologist. He was an atheist. He was skeptical. He didn't have a spiritual background. He actually thought that a near-death experience was the brain shutting down, and that's why people would have those experiences. That's what he thought when he began. 10 years later, he had definitely changed his belief system and had gone much more spiritual because of what I'm about to share. Again, the meaning of life. Almost every single person had at some time in their near-death experience a moment of either being shown the meaning of their life or remembering the meaning of their life or having an experience of it. And it was always a variation on the same theme. We're here to learn to love, starting with ourselves. Now, each person had their own unique caveat, their own unique challenge. I'm here to learn to love myself, even though I lost my legs in a car accident, or even though I'm an alcoholic, or my father beat me, or my business failed, or whatever their trauma was. You know, they would have that, oh my God, yeah, I'm here to learn to love myself, despite the wounding or the disillusionment or the challenge. Now, I first met Dr. Ring around 1995, 1996. So that was a long time ago. And that was actually before I went into my whole love coaching time. But it's been interesting because as a relationship coach, I get very close to people, and I've been able to apply what I learned from Dr. Ring. Okay, as I'm working with this person, what if the meaning of their life is learning to love themselves despite whatever it is that they're dealing with? And after working with a lot of people, thousands, I'm convinced that this really is the meaning of life. We're here to learn to love. You know, earlier we talked about the incredible illusion of separation that most people are under. Most people are under the hypnosis of thinking that they are just this body and they are separate from everybody else. And so because of that illusion of separation, that's why greed can take place, and you know, people will do whatever it takes just to survive, just to take care of themselves. But certainly anybody watching this program right now is somebody who's probably had experiences of your multidimensional self, or spiritual awakening, or experiences of the awareness you're actually one with the universe or one with each other. And scientifically, how amazing, we're living in the time that it's been proven. We now know that the unified field of ever-changing molecules is basically what the great spiritual teachers were trying to tell us for thousands of years. So we're living in this incredible time in which our highest science and our true spirituality is coming together. And I'll give you a wonderful example of that. In the Shastric scriptures written in Sanskrit about 7,000 years ago, God, which is called Brahman, is assigned 26 principles. So there are 26 principles of God in those ancient Vedic scriptures. Fast forward to our most sophisticated science, quantum physics. And quantum physics, in studying the unified field, has determined that there are 26 principles of the unified field. And you can directly correlate those 26 principles of the unified field with the 26 principles of God, Brahman, from 7,000 years. Our true self is the entire universe. That's our true self. We're here to learn to love. Now, we start by learning the human, learning to accept ourselves, learning to accept life, and we graduate to learning how to love family members, friends, beloveds. And as we now need to expand into really loving those that are different. And of course, the great tragedy is almost every war are people killing each other that actually are not that different from each other. It's interesting. Jerusalem, I did a lot of work with Zachariah Sitchin before he died. And he pointed out that 3 of the 5 world's great religions all are seated in Jerusalem, which he pretty much proved was an ancient landing site. It was an ancient ET landing site. So we've got this history that we're beginning to remember, beginning to uncover. There's this great awakening. That's why my show, which I want to welcome everybody watching on the Awakening World right now. And that's the name of my show, The Awakening World. That's what's happening. We're in an awakening world. We're remembering who we truly are. We're remembering the real nature of reality. We're breaking out of the illusion of separation. And what ties it all together is love. But not just ooey gooey Hallmark Hall of Fame type of love. Now is the time for the love that the great teachers have always taught, which is compassion. If you take a look at the great teachers, they taught us compassion. They taught us to have profound acceptance for our environment, for ourselves, for our world, profound acceptance, profound compassion. This is the love that we all need to learn as we graduate. We need to learn self-love, because to the degree you love yourself, healthy self-love, and self-love is not selfishness. Selfish people don't love themselves. That's why they're like a vase with a hole in the bottom. No matter how much you pour in, it just goes out. The people that I know, that I respect, who have healthy self-esteem, they're out there doing great things in the world. They're the Neil Gars and the Adam Apollos of the world, because when you have healthy self-love, you want to contribute to the well-being of others. My mentor was Dr. Marshall Rosenberg, the founder of Nonviolent Communication. Marshall had a very beautiful quote. He had many beautiful quotes. The one I'm going to share right now is, "The greatest joy in life is contributing to the well-being of others." And I've added that the greatest tragedy in life is people who don't know that. So when we learn to really accept ourselves, accept our humanness, accept whatever choices we've made that we might regret, we learn to love ourselves, then we want to contribute to the world. We want to be of service. And as we begin to really recognize who we truly are, and this is on an individual level, and then humanity. And right now, obviously, there's an opportunity for humanity to go beyond war and to really become a galactic citizen, which of course is what a big part of this whole program is all about, is really becoming galactic citizens. So to the degree that we really want peace in the world, and we really want to create an environment, an energy system that the galactic family will feel safe coming here and will want to come here, and will believe that we're not going to attack them. And I think we all know that clearly they're way more advanced than we are. We wouldn't stand a chance militarily, but we may do stupid things. We may shoot missiles at them. We need to create this incredible consciousness of love and compassion, and invite all of us to be in both worlds. Be in the world of holding the vision for the big galactic family. Play your role in holding the highest vision for, in our lifetime, to experience peace on the earth, to experience our ET galactic family coming and really helping us, supporting us. But at the same time, we have to apply love and compassion every day into our daily life. When you read about the great long-term spiritual teachers that last, they walked the talk. They lived it. Now, I think we all have known people that had big epic dreams bringing it from a place of power. And certainly the whole reason that there hasn't been disclosure has been because the military industrial complex wanted to keep their hands on that technology, did not want free energy to be available. And I won't repeat all of that because Adam Apollo did a great job of describing all that. But that's what has happened. So we need to, in our daily lives, really apply healthy self-love, healthy acceptance, healthy love of the people around us, healthy love and at least acceptance for those who think differently than we do, or have a different color skin, or a different generation, or a different religion, or a different belief system. We've got to practice it ourselves. Because those of us that are kind of attracted to this movement, we are the global peace tribe, whatever you want to call it. We are the portal to ascension. We are all the different organizations that are represented here. We are the imaginal cells finding each other. You know, a caterpillar, and I always love this analogy, most of you have heard it. A caterpillar has a voracious appetite. It eats so much that it bloats up and it dies. And as it dies, it kind of creates this goo, this like soupy goo. And the imaginal cells that are bouncing around find each other, come together, and create the butterfly. And we really are watching the death of the caterpillar, the death now, using the analogy, the death of an unsustainable humanity, a humanity that's destroying the planet, destroying each other, killing each other. But within that, we are, every single person, if you hear my voice, if you're watching this, you are an imaginal cell of the new paradigm, of the portal to ascension. And we're all finding each other, and we're finding how to collaborate. When the pandemic hit, and I started doing these shows, the Deborah Juicy Saturday Night Live with Global Peace Tribe, it was beautiful to see how everyone was collaborating. And just today, this morning, I was listening to the Humanities team, and a lot of my friends and collaborators were on that program. Here we all are collaborating tonight. There's not a competition. There's not that kind of us versus them that I grew up in the entertainment industry that was pervasive in that industry. In this field, in our global peace tribe, awakening world, portal to ascension reality, we're all supporting each other. We're all finding ways to collaborate and co-create, because we're here to create the new paradigm. And we create that new paradigm through compassionate understanding of each other, acceptance of the differences, practicing self-love, and being of service. Absolutely being of service. And so I'm going to close with two stories, because I love to tell stories. The first is about the Dalai Lama. The Dalai Lama allowed brain researchers to hook up electrodes to his brain. They wanted to track how his brain functioned and how the synapses of his brain fired. And so they hooked him up, and they ran tests for about 90 minutes. And they found that at all times, the synapses were firing in the forebrain, in the frontal and temporal lobe, never in the back part of the brain. Now, the back part of the brain is where the reptile brain is. That's the reactive part of us. A little bit of biology. When a child is conceived, in the first 24 hours after conception, the first thing that's formed is what becomes the reptile brain. It ends up about the size of a walnut in the back of our brain. But the child, us, all of us, we start with that little reptile brain, and then the brain stem, and the entire body is built around our reptile brain, which has got just one one job: survival. So reptile brain, survival. So when we react, when we perceive the possibility of attack, reptile brain takes over. We choose fight, flight, freeze, fawn. That survival mechanism is tapped into the illusion of separation. When we believe we're separate, when we believe it's just me and this body against the world, my reptile brain is running the show. And the reptile brain, again, only knows how to fight or flight or freeze or fawn. Fawn is like the small dog that when the big dog attacks it, it gets on its back, it surrenders, it exposes its neck. It says, okay, you win. Please don't kill me. That's not a good place for us to live from. Biologists are proving to us that we are moving from reptile brain reactivity or survival into frontal lobe consciousness thriving. So back to the Dalai Lama, they hook him up. It's always his synapses are firing up here. The lead researcher decided to really test him and pulled out photographs of Chinese soldiers burning down a Tibetan temple. And they showed the photographs to the Dalai Lama. And as the Dalai Lama looked at these photographs, he wept. He wasn't stuffing his emotions, he wept. The synapses all fired up here. Then the lead researcher said, come on, I want to know, how do you really feel when you know Chinese soldiers are raping Tibetan women, murdering your Tibetan people? How do you really feel? Dalai Lama was silent for a while. Synapses are still firing up here, never back here. And finally he said, it reminds me that I must pray equally for the Chinese as I do for my Tibetan people. This is the movement of the human species. We are going from reptile brain reaction into frontal lobe responsiveness. Now, each and every one of us are going to have moments in which painful things are happening. An ex-wife, an ex-husband, a teenage son, a mother-in-law, a disgruntled employee, a difficult boss, the person flipping you off on the freeway, whatever it is. We're going to have moments where people say and do things that agitate us, that hurt us, that trigger us. And our job, both as individuals and as the new paradigm of humanity, is to practice radical acceptance, radical compassion, and to operate from up here and not from back here. And we're blessed because we have so many ways that we're learning how to do that. We have meditation, we have yoga, we have martial arts, we have music, we have incredible wisdom keepers. We don't just have like one or two every week. Neil has wisdom keepers on his show every week, twice, 3 times a week. I've got amazing people on my show, and they're black and they're brown and they're young and they're old. And, it's wisdom is flourishing. Wisdom is flourishing because it's helping us all really wake up. And so it's not a coincidence that at the same time that Congress right now is negotiating this bill to formalize government disclosure. And right now, an apocalyptic scenario is taking place in the Middle East. And right now, climate change is absolutely threatening the world as we know it. And right now, thousands of people are waking up. Millions of people are waking up. It's all happening at the same time. And yes, we're having more and more sightings, and more people are channeling. Maybe they're channeling galactic beings, maybe they're channeling spiritual beings or angelic beings. But this whole multidimensional reality is opening up because we really are living in a time at the end of an old paradigm, call it the Kali Yuga, if you will. and entering this new age. But each and every one of us have a job to do, and that job is whatever our form of service might be. That job is certainly learning how to practice compassion and acceptance, and to truly practice love, which will lead to my last story and kind of the conclusion. I think I'm shorter than the 40 minutes they've given me. So, Neil, I'll be done in a few minutes. I want to remind us of a commonality of different spiritual teachers. Let's start with the Buddha. Many of you may know the story of Prince Siddhartha. He was, and this is historical fact, by the way. They have a lot more historical records about Prince Siddhartha and the Buddha than we actually even have, at least that we publicly have, of Jesus, of Yeshua. So Prince Siddhartha, his father was a sultan, a king, and he grew up in incredible wealth. And his father was kind of eccentric. His father only wanted his son, young Siddhartha, to experience perfection. So the father used a lot of the wealth to make sure that there was only perfect food and perfect people, and everything was young and beautiful. And Siddhartha was just like this super happy teenager. Life was amazing. One day he's playing hide and seek with his friends. He decides to hide outside the palace walls. So he drops outside the palace walls into India, 500 BC. Imagine what India was like then. Remember what India is like now, but imagine 500 BC. And so he saw death in the streets. He saw old age. He saw people with terrible disease. He saw just, the incredible suffering of human beings outside the palace walls. And with the heart of a Buddha and the zeal and naivete of a teenager, he makes a holy vow. I cannot and will not go back to my life of luxury until I have alleviated all the suffering in the world. And so he sets off his adventures, his travels. And as he travels, meeting with spiritual teachers and gaining wisdom, the more he travels, the more he realizes how big the world is. And the more he realizes the depth of suffering. And even in the ashrams, even where there's spiritual teachers, he sees suffering and ignorance. And finally, after many, many, many years, he collapses under the banyan tree. And he accepts there is suffering. Up until that point, he'd been trying to change it. I must change it. I must stop the suffering, which is a beautiful, noble thought. But it was when he accepts there is suffering that he became enlightened and became the Buddha of compassion. Next story is about Jesus, who I like to refer to as Yeshua. And think about Jesus on the cross, tortured and crucified. I won't go into the details, but crucifixion is a very painful, horrific, torturous way to die. It's an extraordinarily cruel form of execution. And they chose crucifixion because the Romans wanted to make a point. They wanted people to see the suffering and agony of people who stood up against Rome. So there's Jesus, who's been tortured and is dying a terribly painful death. What does he say? Father, forgive them. They know not what they do. Profound acceptance. Acceptance above and beyond what most of us could really imagine. The third great spiritual teacher I want to talk about is Rumi, the poet Rumi. And right now, and for the past many years, the best-selling poet in America is a 12th century, probably gay, Islamic mystic. Now, isn't that cool? Okay. So what is it about Rumi's poetry that's lasted all these centuries? Why does he touch us so deeply? Well, a lot of people who love Rumi don't know this particular part of his story. When he was in middle age, he was already very, very beloved. And he was a beloved teacher. He met and fell in love with a man named Shams. And Shams was outrageous. He was a drunk. He was vile. He had literally been kicked out of several other towns. Like back in those days, he'd kind of wander into one town and piss everybody off and then kick him out. So he ended up in Rumi's village. And he and Rumi created and discovered this profound love affair rooted in their joint longing to understand the eternal beloved, to find God through the pathway of the mystic. Again, whether or not they were gay, we don't know. What we do know is there was something about the relationship that so offended Rumi's closest family and friends, including his son, who was in his early 20s, I believe, that the son and the family hired thugs to kidnap Shams, take him out to the desert where he was murdered, bury the body, never seen again. This is true. What's really amazing, and is also true, is that when Rumi discovered the double horror that his most beloved had been murdered, and that his own closest circle had initiated and made that happen, well, of course, his heart broke wide open and his world just turned around, and he stood up and he started to physically just spin around and around and around. And by the way, the whirling dervish tradition of Persia began with Rumi spinning. Rumi's quite the folk hero. And that's how that whole tradition began, because as he was spinning in the depth of his pain, in the depth of the most horrible moment of his life, he came to this profound choice that he would find Shams. He wasn't going to find Shams out in the desert. He would find Shams through the pathway, the mystical pathway of the broken heart. And so much of Rumi's later poetry speaks to this. When you're reading poems and these things like, stomp on my heart and drink from the wine, he's talking about his own personal pain. And he references a lot the eternal beloved, and that was a double entendre for him. It was, of course, the big beloved, and also his desire to find Shams. Again, profound acceptance on the part of Rumi. And here we are, gobbling up his poetry 8 centuries later. So I leave us with this request that let's really do both things. Let's find our form of service. Many of you know what your form of service is and you're doing it. And some of you are maybe in that in-between time where your old life, your old relationship, your old job, your old place has kind of been ripped away or has fallen apart, and you're still finding like your new place, your new service. Do the service that you're called to do, and really work on compassion and acceptance, because we are the ones we've been waiting for. We are the imaginal selves of the new paradigm. Each and every one of us have our own role to play, and it's essential that we do it all with love. I love the Beatles, but I want to change it from all you need is love to do everything with love. In fact, my friend Johanna Beekman rewrote the song for us for the Global Peace Tribe. So now one of our anthems is do everything with love. And that's my final message. Whether we are connecting one-on-one to our galactic family or our angelic realm, or whether we're doing something as epic as building the diplomatic mission, whether it's doing something as epic as what Adam Apollo is doing, or whether just you're a nurse and you take good care of people, God bless you, or you're a mother raising your child as best as you can. Whatever our role is, and every role is equally valuable, do it with love, do it with compassion, do it with acceptance. And as we raise our vibration, we become available more and more for the one-on-one intergalactic experience. And then collectively, we create the field of love, the field of energy that's ready to receive the high vibration of our galactic family. So thank you, everybody, for being here. I hope that what I've had to share is of value. And a couple of things, I do want to invite people to come into the awakening world. Join us. We are every Wednesday night and every Saturday. And right now, our awakening world family is watching this. And next week, there's going to be a very special version of the awakening world. Just like I'm collaborating with Neil Gard today and with Sylvain. Next week, I'm collaborating with my old friend, Deborah Giusti, who just got back from Egypt. And she and the Stargate Experience and Viviane Chauveau are going to be talking about some incredible things that took place in Egypt. And that's going to be happening next Wednesday night. Just to give you a little taste of what happened, while they were doing sacred ceremony outside the pyramid of Giza, look at what they got a photograph of. That's not the moon. That is an enormous green orb that they all saw while they were actually taking the photograph, and then all of a sudden it came out over the pyramid. And so next Wednesday night, you're going to get a chance to see a lot of the extraordinary things that took place on the trip to Egypt. And we'll all kind of have a vicarious little trip to Egypt. Also, this Saturday night, I'm really excited. We are going to be meeting a lot of the next generation of leaders. My good friend Chief Phil Lane, who's a wonderful wise elder, who just lit the 8th fire, which is a huge fulfillment of a long-term prophecy, will be with us, passing on the torch to a lot of wonderful young people. And we always have music, as Neil mentioned, we always have great music. Bob and Pookie Lee will be playing, and of course, our wonderful house musical artist, my co-pilot, Omar Shah, will be playing music. And Alexis Lombardo, one of the teenagers, well, she's actually, I think, in her early 20s, will be playing music as well. So join the Awakening World. You can do that by going to globalpeacetribe.com. And Sylvain, please come on back, and Neil, and love to open up. And I see Nicole is with us. Hello, Nicole.
Thank you so much, Scott. Gives me chills when we talk about love, because love is universal. It is giving to ourselves and to everybody else unconditionally, right? And that's what the world needs. If everybody was love, there would be no conflict. And we'd be able to greet our brothers and sisters from all nations and from up above, other dimensions, whatever, and we would have a laugh. So one of the best pillars, or the most important pillars of the Alliance's effort, is to encourage your efforts, Scott, and the efforts of many organizations that are in the network to teach love, to feel love, to do everything we can to be a unified family under acceptance and sharing differences that we have, because everybody's different universally. So that's the same. We have, to continue the topic that Scott so expertly started, we have another guest that I've known for many a year, in fact. Nicole Bertrand is a friend of mine, so it was a pleasure for me to invite her here, because one of the things that I really know from many years is that the International Raelian movement, who started the ET Embassy project way back then, teaches about love all the time. It's also a very strong component of the philosophy. So I figured, let's get Nicole here to talk about love, and in particular, the topic would be about why it's important for welcoming an ET civilization, right? So let's talk about that with Nicole. Now, Nicole studied pedagogy and sexology at the university. So she's that's her background. She studied yoga in Shivananda ashrams to become an advanced yoga teacher back in the day. She started her professional career as a mathematics teacher and taught in the public school system for about 20 years. During that time, her interest in Buddhism and Zen practices led her to learn transcendental meditation. After a long public school teaching career, she landed in Guadeloupe to teach yoga on the beach. From there, she moved to France. She started creating seminars for public company leaders in the fields of personal development, communication, sexual education, and stress management. She gave seminars in France, Switzerland, Guadeloupe, Martinique, and several years before moving back to Montreal in 1993. Nicole's journey of love and wellness included joining the International Raelian movement in 1980 to help the last messenger of our extraterrestrial creators in his mission to prepare their return on Earth around the year 2035. She attended yearly seminars given by the Prophet Rael in Quebec, France, Guadeloupe, Japan, USA, and soon after, she joined the international teachers team, giving happiness seminars in those countries as well. She is now Bishop Guide of the International Raelian movement. She firmly believes that personal happiness is the building block to a happy and peaceful humanity. She enjoys creating workshops aimed to increase the level of love and peace on Earth. So we can soon welcome our creators in a peaceful world. Nicole lives in Montreal. Nicole, welcome to the conference for First Contact. It's such a pleasure to see you here.
Thank you, Sylvain, and everyone who contributed to organize this beautiful event. What a pleasure to be with you from all different backgrounds with one purpose, a common purpose, to be open to the universe, which is infinite. Let's ask ourselves, if we were an extraterrestrial civilization, if we were a member of people living on another planet, and if we had the technical advance needed to travel through space and visit other solar systems, surrounded by planets with people living on it. And if through our travel, we discovered this planet called Earth, and through our very, very advanced technology, we can see what's going on there. If we were in their shoes at this very moment of the history of humankind on Earth, would we want to land on that planet? Probably not. And that's actually the message that was given to the last prophet, Rael, which means the messenger of the Elohim. The Elohim are one of those civilizations who 25,000 years ago was able to create life on our own planet. They were so advanced, they created through genetic engineering, with their mastering of DNA, they were able to create very simple species, flowers, seaweeds, planktons, then animals, then bigger animals to eat the smaller ones. And eventually some people in those 7 teams of creators that were here, some of them said, why not create human beings like us in our own image? That's what they did. They actually created life on our planet in their own image. When we hear that sentence, probably most of us think of the Bible. But in the Bible, unfortunately, the name of those creators was mistranslated. They were named God. we were talking and we learned about God, one God, singular. In reality, the word Elohim means those who came from the sky. Those is plural. The singular of Elohim is Eloha. It's in ancient Hebrew. Through many translations of the Bible, if you're like me, you learned about God, a singular God who created everything from nothing. So there is some mistranslation and there's also some deviation from reality, but the essence of the Genesis in the Bible is there. So those creators came here, created human beings, and they would like to come back. They waited long enough, and through the development of our humanity, to help our ancestors to grow through wisdom rather than the opposite, they sent different prophets. The prophets of the Old Testament, Abraham, Moses, but also Jesus, and Buddha, Muhammad, and Joseph Smith. About 40 prophets were initiated by them to help humanity at different places on the planet and at different period in the development of humanity. Because the Elohim had a goal. Their goal was to let us grow as an entity, let us grow until we can understand how life started on Earth. It's one of the questions that we always, probably we all ask ourselves, how did it start? Well, we have a few answers from school. God created from nothing, from school also. We come from monkeys. Personally, I didn't like any of those, but I'm very privileged that I discovered 50 years ago almost a book called the Book That Tells the Truth. If you want to research, it's now called The Intelligent Design. In this book, the last prophet chosen by the Elohim, his name is Rael, like in the word Israel. Rael means the ambassador of the Elohim, the light of the Elohim. This man, 50 years ago, had a physical encounter with one of those creators who came on Earth to create life. And he was explained how life started, what I'm telling you now. And he was asked to write a book so that now that our humanity can understand scientific discoveries and can anticipate traveling through space, we can now understand what happened with our humanity when it started 13,000 years ago. So Rael, being the last prophet, means that his mission is to prepare the comeback of our creators on Earth. They would love to be recognized by intelligent people who stand up and welcome them as equal. They created us in their own image. So this is the mission of Rael and the Raelian movement, which I joined 40 years ago, plus 45 almost now, is to inform people that whatever our background, we have to recognize that all the races on Earth have been created by the Elohim, that all the religions on Earth have been initiated by some messenger, some prophet guided by the Elohim, And just those two revelations can help us to bring us together, to abolish our racism, to abolish our hate for different religions. So the message of the LOM is we would like to come back on Earth in one embassy, and they gave to Rael the plan for the embassy that was shown during this program. But they said also there will be another condition. When the embassy will be built, they will land only if this planet is filled with love and peace. Therefore, the importance of building peace, and the question is, how do we build peace? Why do people fight? When there is war, most of the time it's because people look at what differentiates us. Racist wars are because of the race. Religious wars are because of different religions. Any kind of dispute, of conflict, is based on the fact that people focus more on what differentiates them than on what makes them brothers and sisters. So love is the premise to peace. And that's why the last messenger, Rael, talks about love so much. And I would like to invite you, it might be the first time for some of you that you will see and hear Rael talking. He lives at the moment in Japan, in a small island called Okinawa. So the video that we will see is actually at one gathering where some Raelians assembled around him on Sunday morning, and he talks to them, and it's recorded, and we share his teaching through technology, like we will do in a minute. So don't be surprised, he will talk, and you will hear the translation in Japanese for the people who attend the meeting. It won't be long, but I'm sure that you will be touched by the teaching of the last prophet. So I would ask the technical team if they can start the video, please.
It's coming, Nicole. While Neil is looking for the video, it's going to pop up, I'm sure. Hello.
Coming now. Yep, coming now.
All right.
Thank you.
The planet the Elohim. Welcoming the Elohim. The planet the Elohim. We are the light of Elohim on earth.
私たちはエロヒムの地球上の光です。
In every song,
すべての歌の中に、
in every dance,
すべてのダンスの中に、
in every smile,
すべての笑顔の中に、
feel the Elohim.
エロヒムを感じてください。
They are with us.
彼らは私たちと共にいらっしゃいます。
Humanity is living a very, very difficult time.
人類はとっても大変な時を過ごしています。
Many people on Earth
地球上のたくさんの人々が
try to promote peace.
平和を推薦していますけれども、
Not only the Raelians.
ライリアンだけではありません。
I saw a picture of a 10,000 Buddhist monk meditating for peace.
仏教徒の10万人以上の仏教徒が一緒になって平和の瞑想をしている、映像を見ました。
And many other groups.
そしてもう他のたくさんのグループが
Not only the Raelian, we do meditate 1 minute for peace, but many, many groups are doing it.
私たちライリアンが1分間の平和瞑想をやっているんですけれども、他にもたくさんのグループがやってます。
But
でも
at the same time,
同時に
every day,
毎日
people make 100 new atomic bombs.
人々は毎日何百個の新しい原爆を作っています。
We meditate for peace,
私たちは平和の瞑想をします。
talk about peace.
平和について話します。
Thousands of people on earth talk about peace.
地球上の何千人の人々が何千もの人々が平和について話してますが、
Spread love and peace.
平和と愛を広めています。
But,
でも
しかしだけど every day 100 new atomic bombs.
毎日100個の、新しい原爆が作られています。
And we can do nothing.
私たちは何もすることができません。
So why continue to meditate and promote peace?
ですが、なぜ続けて瞑想をして、そして平和を推薦する必要があるんでしょうか。
Sometimes we can. Why are we using our time meditating for peace? They are making bombs every day.
もう毎日原爆はあんなに爆弾を作っているのに、私たちの時間を費やしてなんで瞑想し続けなきゃいけないんだろうと思うこともあります。
We can doubt about ourselves.
自分自身を疑ったりすることもあります。
I'm wasting my energy.
私のエネルギーを、無駄にして、
Why? They make bombs same time.
もう同時に爆弾を作っているのになぜやってるんだろう、私たち
So
は。
we can lose hope
そうやって希望をなくしてしまいます。
and cry
泣いたり
and stop everything.
で、全てをやめてしまうこともできます。
Why we continue?
でもなぜ私たちは続けてるんでしょうか。
That's interesting.
それが興味深いです。
Because
なぜなら
the link between Elohim and us
私たちとエロヒムと私たちとのそのつながりは
is stronger than all the armies of the world.
世界のどんな軍隊よりもそのつながりの方が強いです。
The power of love.
愛の力というのは
There is not one atomic bomb more powerful than love.
一つのその原爆がその愛以上に強いわけではありません。
One atomic bomb
一つの原爆は
has less power than only one of you meditating for peace.
皆さんの中の一人が瞑想する力よりも弱いんです。
You have to feel, and I'm sure you do,
それを感じなくてはいけません。皆さんやってると思いますけれども、
the infinite power of your love.
皆さんの無限のその愛の力を
Bomb explode,
爆弾はただ爆発して
and that's it.
それで終わります。
Love
でも愛は
stay
そこにとどまります。
forever.
永遠に
Any wave of love you create
皆さんが作り出すどんな愛のその波動は
is on earth forever.
永遠にこの地球上に残るんです。
You feel it?
それを皆さんも感じています。
You feel it?
感じますよね。
One thought of love
一つの愛の考えが
is more powerful than all armies of the world.
世界中のすべての軍隊の力よりも強いんです。
Oh yes, they can kill millions of people.
もちろん彼らはもう何百万人殺すことできますけれども、
But one thought of love,
でも一つの愛の考えが、
no bomb can be
愛
more
の
powerful.
思いがどんな爆弾よりも、どんな爆弾がそれよりも強いわけではありません。
Your love,
あなたの愛は
not only my love,
私だけの愛だけではな
your
くて、
love, each of you.
一人一人の皆さんの愛が、
Don't feel, oh, what can I do? I cannot do anything.
私何にもできないし何の力があるんだろうと思うかもしれません。
You can do everything
皆さん何でもできます。
with just one thought of love.
一つの愛の思いで、
Atomic bomb have radiations.
原子爆弾というのは、放射線ですね。
You can measure them.
それを測ることができます。
But the radiation of love,
でも愛の放射線というのは
you cannot measure it.
測ることができません。
Why we cannot measure?
なぜ測れないんでしょうか。
Because it's infinite.
それは無限だからです。
In one thought of love,
一つの愛の思いが
there is infinity.
In one thought of love, there is infinity. I selected that segment of his speech, which is very recent. It was at the beginning of November, on the 5th of November. Because it's in difficult times like we are living now, we may be a bit fragilized by all the negative thoughts around us, but this video is very empowering. And the hope that it brings that we can do something. We don't have just to talk about it. We can do something about it is so fulfilling. So we can talk about love, but what I would like to invite you to do today with me is what Rael de Maitreya, which means the Buddha of the West. So he created a movement a few years ago, which is called Meditate 1 Minute for Peace. And it goes totally in the line of his speech that we heard a few minutes ago. 1 minute of peaceful thought can travel the universe and can change everything. And this love can emanate not only from our brain, but from our whole being. And I would like to invite you to meditate for peace with me. I know that in this group, there are a lot of people who do yoga, meditation, different types of meditation. All of those techniques have one thing in common. They bring inner peace. Let's imagine our humanity is like one human being made of 8 billion cells. All those cells have their own vibration. And when we meditate for love, we actually send our inner peace out of our own body. We are ourself like a transmitter, and we create a domino effect on our surrounding. We cannot measure it, but it goes and it's amplified by the number of people who meditate at the same time. So since we are a big group in this virtual meeting today, I would like to invite you to just close your eyes and breathe deeply. Just breathe deeply, just to be conscious of your whole being. Just by focusing on your breathing, you feel that your thoughts are being more quiet. It's like if when we focus on our breathing, our brain is getting empty. We are slowly through that intense breathing, reaching the silence. We are slowly silencing our thinking brain to give a chance to our supraconsciousness to connect us with infinity. Feel the pleasure of that silence inside of you. All of your cells are vibrating harmoniously. You are filled with love. You are love. You are peace. So intensely that it starts going out of your body. It's going out through the pores of your skin. There's too much love inside. It has to go out. And it starts traveling through the walls, through the ceilings, all around you, with no limitation in space and time. And as this huge wave of love that we are producing now travels through space, our whole humanity all around the globe is being touched by our love. And that touch of love is waking up in themselves. And they do the same. And love travels further and further and further. The whole planet now, you can sense it. The whole planet is vibrating with that tsunami of love. Feel that peace that you create with your thoughts of love. We are one. We are made of infinity. We are part of infinity. What a wonderful feeling. The power of love. Unconditional love. For the beautiful creation of the Elohim. And gradually keeping this wonderful feeling inside of you. I thank you for joining me and for sharing the power of your love. Every 59th minute of the hour, wherever you are on this planet, people meditate for love. So don't wait for an email invitation. Just look at your clock. If it's 9:59, take a minute and feel love. And when you feel it, it goes out of you and it travels with no border. Thank you again.
Thank you, Nicole, so much for the meditation. Feeling is the most important thing. To kind of feel each other, feel infinity, feeling everything. Like I think Adam Apollo mentioned it, like there's quantum connection with the whole universe, right? So if we, and Rael in his speech in the video, talking about how love, thoughts of love is more powerful than atomic bombs, and it has a immeasurable reach. We don't really understand it yet. So it's really important to get together, and even if you don't see other people thinking about love, now you know there's a large amount of people that do it every hour. Even if you don't know they're there, they are. So you can synchronize with them. I think we can continue actually in this with this vein, with this vibe, I should say. And we want to talk about to finish basically this conference for the last bit. We want to talk a little bit more about disclosure, what's happening with disclosure. We'll do this with wonderful Neil Gar, and after Neil, I will talk about what the Alliance is actually doing. What it has achieved over the year, for one, and also what's the plan for next year. For those of you that are connected with the organizations or as individuals, to latch on to follow us and to support the activities of not only the Alliance proper, which is the diplomatic elements, but also its whole network, which is a network of love and information and freedom. So let me, I mean, you already know him. We've heard him all throughout this evening. Neil is going to talk about the last 100 years of disclosure, basically, and the history of it. And for those of you who don't know, Neil has had a journey of his own. It started over 20 years ago, really. It comes from humble beginnings, brought up as in a Hindu family, and in the US, was it? Yeah.
In England. And then I moved to the US.
Okay, there you go. But what's amazing about your story, and I'll let you say a little bit of it, because I know the story is, there's a whole concept around it, but it's a story of awakening and consciousness, I think would be a good way to describe it, and providing us with a portal to ascension for this conference, but also the many, many, many other conferences that develop the concept of consciousness, unicity, and love. I appreciate you, and I see you, Neil.
Thank you. Thanks, brother.
So thank you for what you're doing, and everybody should connect with the portal and see this content and encourage you. Now, Neil, why don't you?
Yeah, let's do it. So
Yeah.
I was thinking that, Adam actually did the timeline a little bit. He did it in the shorter amount of time. So I'm going to have some interaction here to see where everybody's feeling, to decide what we're going to talk about here. And but first of all, I was in a hotel room 5 minutes ago. Now I've transported to the Pleiades. Okay, so I just want to let you know that I'm hailing in from the Pleiades in this moment, and I'm completely jet lagged because I got in from London at 4 a.m. and it's like 3 a.m. now London time. So I'm in a lucid state, which is probably perfect for this moment. So what I wanted to do, everybody, is there's a few different topics. Yes, the 100-year timeline And Adam did go through like 70, 80 years of it in a shorter period of time. But then there's a couple other topics that are also relevant. And I want to see what you in the audience, what everybody tuning in wants to go into. So here are the options, okay? We have dimensions. So what are dimensions? The history of the physics understanding of dimensions, which goes into the fourth dimension, the tesseract being time, and then also into the fifth dimension and what that means. And that is relevant for the ET question, because it's about what realms of data sets are we tapping into and what collective consciousness is available to us. So that's one. And the other one, so dimensions, okay? And then the other one is welcome to the Milky Way galaxy. Do you want to know about anomalies of the Milky Way galaxy that kind of just show you that what we feel we know about the Milky Way galaxy maybe isn't exactly what is, compared to what we're being told and what is actually true. And then also a lot of things that are conventional information that we just don't take the time to research about what's happening in the Milky Way galaxy. So it's like a reintroduction to your home galaxy. So dimensions, Milky Way galaxy, or UFO timeline. All right, let's get some comments in the chat here. What do you guys want to hear? We got dimensions. Okay, I got 20 minutes, so we got to make the answers quick here, everybody. Dimensions. Okay. Dimensions and UFO timeline. All right. Honestly, I was hoping you'd say Milky Way galaxy, but that's my favorite one. But we'll go for dimensions, okay? But before that, I am going to say some things about the disclosure. So first of all, there's two things that I want to speak about before we get into dimensions. And the one thing is what was shared on Joe Rogan's podcast, actually. If I had more time with Ruben, I would have wanted to talk to him about this, was, I'm not going to give too much of a backstory. Hopefully you've been following the David Grush story. But we were told in 1933, there was a UFO crash in Italy. The Vatican was also aware of it and knew about what happened. Mussolini retrieved it. In 1945, the US government goes in and after the war basically takes the UFO and then brings it back to the US. And that was considered the oldest UFO crash retrieval. So on the Joe Rogan show a few days ago, he said, was there anything before that? And instead of saying no, David Grush said you can infer that there was something, but he doesn't have the authority to talk about anything before that because it wasn't cleared. So it was such a vague kind of response that it almost implied and inferred that there were actually UFO crashes that were retrieved before 1933. That's one thing I want to share. Now, also in regards to that same topic, is when the UFO crashed in Italy, they called the Germans up and said, is this one of yours? Because they knew the Germans. I did an interview with Tim Tactics yesterday, part of the secret space program in Germany. We spoke about this on my YouTube channel. And the Germans were dealing with very advanced technology from like 1920 up until, obviously the world wars. And so Italy knew that. So they called in the Germans and said, hey, is this yours? And the Germans are, no, but I would love to find out what it is as well, which started a joint effort, scientific effort between the Germans and the Italians that could have been the preface and even partly the main reason why they became allies during the war, right? And he also alluded to that the World War II could have actually had to do something with ET technology. It was very vague about it all, but the vagueness kind of like you have to read between the lines, and that's some of the stuff that I extracted from there. So that's very interesting because I'm starting to get to a point where I'm feeling like almost every war has something to do with extraterrestrial technology and the advancements and the disclosure of this information. A whistleblower told me many years ago, if there's one thing that the Russians and the US government can agree on, is not to disclose the existence of extraterrestrials and UFOs. It's like this unspoken secret that these organizations and these places have. Another one is nuclear bases. We talked about that a little bit. I just want to clarify this. A lot of people think that the cabal is everybody in the government is cabal and they're part of some elite nefarious agenda because they're trying to weaponize space and that they think everything is nuclear warheads, that we need to basically create technology from the UFOs and all that, right? A lot of people believe that, it's some hardcore nefarious agenda. Yes, there probably are factions of that. But the way I see it is that many of these people in political office, were generals, worked in the Air Force, are in national security, and all of them, all the congressional members and beyond, all are involved in national security because that's part of their job, even though they're corrupt on many other levels. That's part of their job is national security. What happens when you see unidentified craft, and they're not in the world that we're in, flying over nuclear bases? What are you going to think if your job is national security and you've even been in the military and now you see a craft and you don't even know about the existence of ETs over a nuclear base? Well, you're going to think that there may be a foreign adversary or there's a threat to national security. So why is it that the military is behind all this disclosure? The Pentagon's behind all this disclosure? Congressional people are talking about, is it a threat? Isn't hardcore just the nefarious agenda? That part exists for sure. I got a feeling it does, but it definitely is also in alignment with the fact that many of them are just career politicians that are about national security. So I wanted to clarify that. Now, the nuclear basis component, Dolores Cannon says it best. When we split the atom, we affect other dimensions. Actually, perfect segue into the dimensions talk. We affect other dimensions. As soon as we split the atom, there was a call out to the universe for volunteers to come down. And we started coming and incarnating because the prime directive existed. The prime directive was we cannot directly interfere as other dimensional beings with this planet, that we can only incarnate here to have an effect on them. So when we split the atom, this energy permeates into other realities and affects it, which thereby increases the not only us incarnating on the planet, but also increases all these sites and nuclear bases, which is why the majority of sightings, and especially the most famous ones, are at nuclear bases. So that was just a bit of what I wanted to share there before we get into the actual meat of this discussion on dimensions. So I believe I have 15 minutes, so we're just going to do this briefly here. And this full presentation is called Galactic Origins, Dimensions, and Black Holes. And the whole thing is on my YouTube channel. And also, if you sign up at portal2ascension.org, you'll get access to this event. So here we go, dimensions. And this first image you see here is just a basic depiction of dimensions. We have one dimension, which is the line right there with a dot on it. We have the two dimensions, which is the X and Y axis. Then we have the three dimensions. But within this, we actually have a fourth dimension. And we'll get to what that fourth dimension is in a second in the three-dimensional image. So it's important to note, because we talk about dimensions as in higher and lower dimension, right? And even Ruben alluded to this too, not to talk about hierarchy so much in when he was explaining something. And that is something that I see as a Yuga cycle kind of phenomenon. We speak about dimensions and even levels of consciousness in the terms of hierarchy, higher dimension, lower dimension. But do these beings that are in higher dimensions see us as lower than them or another experience than them? When we've been in the Yuga cycle, that we've been in the Kali Yuga, part of that is the cycle of authority and hierarchy. And within that, we tend to label things as better than or less than by giving it a hierarchical symbol. So also higher frequency is not always this descriptive phrase when describing harmonious or more advanced dimensions. So what I prefer to do is when I speak about dimensions, or what someone would say higher frequency, is harmonic compared to disharmonic. Right? Is this a harmonic dimension, harmonic reality, or disharmonic one? The third dimension, we have length, width, and height. So and then within that, there's a dimension that adds solidity to the two-dimensional experience. But the fourth dimension, so now A lot of people have said along the 20 something years I've been into all this, why do we miss the fourth dimension? Some people are anti fifth dimension activists because they're like, why are you talking about the fifth dimension? Where's the fourth? Why do we jump from the fourth? Well, my take is we exist in the fourth. It's the unseen reality that we're within. And you can see this dimensional graph at the below right there. We have length, width, and height, right? 3 dimensions. You don't have an actual space-time reality until you lodge an object within the 3 dimensions. The lodging of that object in those 3 dimensions is the fourth dimension. The existence of our physicality and our reality and us moving through those 3 dimensions is the fourth dimensional space. Some people call it time. It also could be in the astral dimension. So time as the fourth dimension. In the theory of special relativity by Einstein, time is considered the fourth dimension. In this theory, space and time are unified into fourth dimensional space-time. And in mathematics, we have the fourth dimension, which is often considered a spatial dimension, but exists beyond our 3-dimensional physical reality. So what I'm doing with this slide here is showing you the different areas of study and how they perceive the fourth dimension. So in string theory, they propose the existence of extra spatial dimensions beyond the 3 that we're familiar with. So spatial dimensions would be space-time and us moving through it. And in parallel universes, in some interpretations of theoretical physics, the fourth dimension is associated with the idea of parallel universes or alternative realities. And then, of course, in our world here, the spiritual and philosophical dimensions, the fourth dimension can be viewed as a realm beyond the physical where consciousness, spirituality, or higher states of existence reside. It is often considered a dimension of experience or perception that transcends a third-dimensional world. And in time travel, which we'll get to in a second, an individual may move through time as if it was a spatial dimension, allowing them to visit the past or future. So the fourth dimension could not only just be time and solidity within those 3, but also give us the ability to move through time if we can tap into it. The way I see it is that we have been, for lack of a better term, a victim to the fourth dimension, because the fourth dimension is time. We age, things move forward in this linear fashion. We're stuck within this timeline. Part of us moving into the fifth dimension, which is, we'll get to in a moment, is us becoming the masters of the fourth dimension. And when we become masters of the fourth dimension, we become the masters of time, which is also a Dwarpa Yuga, the age after the Yuga, Kali Yuga phenomena. It's the beginning of us being able to understand how that works by us harnessing energy and the quantum reality. So 4D, extra dimensional time or experience. Astral dimension, physicists considered it space-time. And mainstream science, this is from an article that was on a news station, that now they are proving through different studies in quantum physics that fourth dimension exists. And how are they finding out about the existence of a fourth dimension? Well, from the rotation and the light being sucked into a black hole. Well, that's very interesting, because what does a black hole do? It warps space-time, and time as we know it bends in that area. So we're able to perceive the fourth dimension that we're within, that many people take for granted because we see the 3 dimensions. We don't know that us existing is the fourth dimension. You and I, we're vibrating frequencies. There is no solidity, right? How come we're all of a sudden seeing each other as solid beings within the spatial reality of 3 dimensions, right? And that is the fourth dimensional experience. Now, each of these dimensions actually has a corresponding geometry. And for the fourth dimension, it's called the tesseract. You may have heard about this because Pythagoras was into the tesseract. And that's a whole other, I have a 3-hour presentation on Pythagoras on portal2ascension.org where we go into this. And even in the, I think it's Marvel universe with Thor and Loki, there's actually a show on Disney called Loki. And it's about, Thor's brother Loki. And he steals a technology called the Tesseract. And what is that whole show about? He's using the Tesseract to jump from time to time, from different space-time reality to a different one, in order to basically regain or claim power over everything. But as he does this, he basically pisses off the time police, and they start realizing he's messing with time and try to basically dematerialize him into nothingness, take away all of his essence, right? So even within that, they're showing the Tesseract as this fourth dimensional object that is giving you the ability to transcend time. So here is kind of a mathematical image of how the Tesseract is created. So we have two cubes, right? And then within the Tesseract, the cube goes within the other cube. And so basically the Tesseract is a cube within a cube. And then the next GIF image is going to show you how this works. So what we're about to see is the mechanism of the fourth dimensional time geometry. And it goes like this. Just in case you didn't see it. So we're just going, it's like a bottle in a boat in a bottle. So from a physics perspective, Einstein's theory of special relativity suggests a connection between space-time. So the space-time continuum consists of 3 spatial dimensions and 1 temporal dimension. For example, consider a blooming flower. The flower's position is not changing. It is not moving up or sideways. Yet, we can observe the transformation, which is proof that an additional dimension exists. Observing the transformation within the fourth dimension, the aging, not even having to move, just being and transforming just by it being within those 3 dimensions. But then let's get to the juicy part here, shall we? Moving to the 5th dimension. Well, it makes sense that the 4th dimension is skipped because we're not really skipping it because we're in it. So it's a thing to transcend while we're within it, and to realize that we're in it. You know, like the law of one calls us the 3rd density beings, which is not 3rd dimension. 3rd density is 4th dimension, right? So there are people out there that speak about us existing in 4D. If we are moving to the 5th dimension, we could be moving to 2 dimensions of time and 3 dimensions of space that equals 5 dimensions. Right now, we have 1 temporal dimension, the 4th dimension. What happens when we have an extra dimension? Well, we still exist in those 3D realities, still see things as 3D, but now we have 2 dimensions of time. Time as we know it becomes more fluid. Linearity no longer exists as we knew it, right? And this, got to tie in the ET first contact thing here, is a reality where there are many beings that have already transcended the 4th dimension. What happens when you transcend the 4th dimension and no longer a victim of it? Well, then you're no longer a victim to the elements. You don't need to be in a Goldilocks zone. You don't need to have certain oxygen levels. You don't need to have things go specifically the right way for your planet to exist, for you even to survive, because you now are the master of that reality. And then you go into the 5th dimension and you become the creator of the reality, and those elements that you needed when you were in the lower, again, hierarchy here, but in the lower dimensional existence of experience, you no longer need those things to survive and thrive. So what's happening is we're moving into this phase now, and I won't have time to show you the graph of the Milky Way galaxy where I show you scientifically that this is actually happening. But so we're going into this 5th dimensional experience where there are all these beings that don't need to rely on certain elements in their solar system and with the sun to be where they need to be for them to survive. So what does that do? Well, it creates way more abundance of life in that reality than we have here. The integration point. So I'll put a triangle at the back of this because, even the 5th dimension, it has a different geometry. I'll show you in a second. But the triangle is a perfect way to explain the integration of the 5th dimension. So imagine the triangle and the 2 points at the bottom. We have beginning and end. We have linearity by the 2 lines, the 1 line at the bottom, the 2 dots right there. And the top part is the fifth dimensional experience of integration. What we do in the fifth dimension is we realize we've come up with a way to live within duality, but still be at one. How do we be singularity beings, stillness, the oneness within ourselves, but still exist in a dualistic experience? And that is the lesson that we're going through right now as we're moving into that. So the key component to realize a relationship with otherworldly beings, since if they exist in this dimension or higher, they do not exist within linear time. Therefore, they're simultaneously existing with us. And here is a fifth dimensional cube. So the geometry of the fifth dimension. And so there is more dimensional information, but I'm going to stop that there. I don't have time for that because I want to share with you something that's coming up on Portal to Ascension. So I hope you enjoyed that little snippet. And again, more of that is on YouTube and also on Portal to Ascension's website. Now I want to share this with you guys because we are doing our second annual Ultimate Star Beings Conference in January. We're dedicating a Portal to Ascension 2024 Galactic Origins theme at Portal to Ascension. And we have a lot of celebrations because of it. So this one is a 4-day, 100% free, 11-hour a day conference, the Ultimate Star Beings Conference, okay, with all these amazing people. And the day before the event, we're doing free live streams on YouTube. For everybody on YouTube, this is going to be on YouTube as well. So the day before this event, we're doing a Galactic Origins panel, an Experiencer panel, an AI panel, an Ascension panel. And then we go into 4 days with just all of this information and content. And the reason why we're doing this is the same reason that I started this event out with today, is that it's really time to move from who is this, what is this, to let's start educating ourselves to who these beings are and our connection to them and the ancient scriptures and the information that is coming from these experiences and these messages. Mary Rodwell is going to be sharing insights from children that have their memories of the extraterrestrial lives. Geraldine Orozco will be sharing holographic DNA information. So it's going to be a really powerful event. And so you can sign up for that at portal2ascension.org. So thank you all for tuning in. Appreciate you all.
Thanks a bunch, Neil.
My pleasure, brother.
Yeah. And appreciate you also, Scott. Thanks for being here as well, because this last segment, I think, can involve, I'm going to give news, of course, but I think it can involve all of us, because I would like to have the participation of the chat in this. Like, I'm going to give a report about what happened in the last year with the Alliance, kind of a final report, and what we're heading into. But the Alliance is about everybody. It's there's going to be a bit about the embassy and stuff like that. We already talked about it somewhat in the last while, but it's also about the activities of the Global Peace Tribe, and also what you're doing, Neil and Nicole. If you're still here, there's stuff that even the IRM is doing. Since you're available, maybe we can tap into that. Especially if there's questions specifically directed to some of these organizations. But let me kick this off by giving you the news from the past year from the Alliance perspective. And so please feel free to put up questions and comments in chat. Early last year, so we go from conference to conference, right? So last conference was 2022, early October. So about a year has passed. Since last year, we more than doubled the number of supporters of the Alliance. So we went from, I think, somewhere around 800,000 supporters to nearly 2 million. And by the end of this year, because after the conference, there's often people communicating with us, we may have more than 2 million. Like, we'll see what happens. And as I described earlier, one of the strategies of the Alliance is unification. So getting people under an understanding, a common understanding. I think that's what Nicole was mentioning a bit earlier. Like, we tend to look at it as humans, we tend to look at the differences between each other. In this case, we're trying to look at what do we have in common. Well, we want to be part of the galactic civilizations, like we're part of the infinity. We want to be unified on the planet here. We want to see each other as beings of conscious, perhaps not even human being of importance, right? Or certainly not colors and races and religion. Like that is just us being ourselves and being unique in how we think and what we think, what we believe, what we eat. It's meaningless in the grand scheme of things. Everybody should be able to be themselves, and that means being unique. So we could potentially be nations of one, 8 billion of them, and it would still be okay, and it should be. So the Alliance has encouraged a lot of activities over the past year. Now we're 25 organizations, nearly 2 million supporters. And our aim is for after this conference, leading to the next one, which will be at the end of next year, will be to double that again. That's an ambitious goal. But, the laws of exponentials are powerful. If we double every year, it becomes a big movement that can influence hearts and minds, like we talked about earlier. And that would be the objective. And that means that getting a little bit more known as an organization, as a collective of organizations, and drawing bigger and bigger organizations to us, becoming a bit recognized. So that's from the networking side of things. That is the objective for me leading into next year. Currently, we also grew to achieve all that. We grew the number of volunteers because all this activity requires work, and we are an organization that's fundamentally based on volunteerism and entirely funded by donations. And we just this year started opening up on our website a way for people to donate to kind of manage operations and administration and basic stuff, for the organization. We were all doing it out of love and with our sweat. Not everything, including end of year taxes, things cost money. So we started doing that during the year, just like I think last month. So if you feel compelled to help the organization in that way, that is a way, including also volunteerism, of course, which we accept everybody that wants to give time, and that empowers the organization's growth into building that network of influence that hopefully helps everybody. Like it helps Portal, helps the Global Peace Tribe, helps the 25 organizations plus that are joining into the common goal of welcoming our ED family and becoming part of that. That is the ultimate goal. So the Alliance keeps focused specifically on growing that, that's helping the organizations do what they do best, right? And getting the embassy built. Like that's the diplomatic the core team is focusing on that. So that'll be our objectives. Regarding Danielle's work, like you saw his video very early on, he's the one that does the diplomatic communications part. And since he's not here to answer questions, I can tell you a little bit about what he told me about how things are going. He mentioned it in the video to a certain degree as well. There are, by inference, there's about like maybe half a dozen governments that are interested and have been in communication with him and the core team to give consideration to the embassy, to give it extraterritoriality. And I know that since the last conference, so in the last 12 months, there have been at least 2 major meetings. Some of them included more than one government to discuss this. So it's getting not just into conversation of interest and kind of like poking around, but also into scheduled meetings, that are getting a bit more regular with some of these entities, these governments, I mean. So we don't know exactly how, not when this will become public, like when we'll know exactly which nation is going to reveal, hey, like we want to do this in our land and that kind of thing, because the timeline is entirely controlled by these governments, and we are keeping very close lips on who they are and all that stuff on purpose, because they're a bit shy about revealing what they're discussing with us at the time. But when we were talking earlier, we were talking about how this is becoming more mainstream, like the Joe Rogan experience example and others. That helps us a lot, because what we all want is full transparency, even on that. Like, we don't want those governments to stay quiet and be afraid of what if there's a leak. We'd like it to be just normal conversation and people to be excited about it, and not creating some backlash for the governments, so that we could reveal exactly, oh, these are the nations that are talking with us, and that would be cool to me. Like, I'd love to know. But Danielle doesn't tell me, so I can't tell you a whole lot. But it is moving in that direction. It can be very, very, a reveal can happen very quickly. The Project Titan that was mentioned brings to the floor of the United Nations by San Marino government a motion to that'll be discussed, maybe 2024, to create that commission that'll evaluate the ET. What would the United Nations do essentially if there was ET contact? So there's a preparation officially being brought by a nation into the United Nations to discuss that, to make the committee. United Nations is it's not a fast-moving entity. It's slow, but if it's on the floor, then it becomes news, because it's open doors. There is a question from Dia Teresi, and this is directed to you, Nicole. So I'm just going to read it for everybody, but you can answer this. Comment on how it came about that Joseph Smith is who and what you describe him as, and what has developed as a Church of Latter-day Saints, which appears to be quite different from the Elohim, even though they refer to the Melchizedek priesthood. Thank you in advance. So can you answer this question?
Well, I can answer part of it. I mentioned that the Elohim had about 40 prophets, messengers, who were trained to guide humanity in different places of the planet. And Joseph Smith was one of them. Now, I don't know enough about the theology of Joseph Smith and his teaching, but I invite Diane to Daya to read The Intelligent Design, and she might find answers related to the teaching that she mentions there.
Yeah, I do. Since I've read the book, I do believe there is some specific mention of Joseph Smith and the circumstances around his involvement in North America. There are additional books that you can be read about Joseph Smith, like outside of the Intelligent Design book, that describes a little bit what may have happened to him, the golden plates, what he wrote, and I'm not super familiar with it either, Dia, but certainly, at least from my own personal research, almost every prophet has been, how can I say this? Usually after their death has been, the message has been mistreated, I can say it that way, or misunderstood and appropriated by often men that seeking power, misinterpreted. It's so the fundamental message of the prophets is basically the same universally, if you look at it. But then the institutions that come afterwards, like the churches often, or the organizations, they're led by men, and they twist some of the messaging to their own ends. And the older the organization, from my point of view, the more twisted the message become, because there's not only just a kind of a messaging power grab that happens, but also just misunderstandings, misinformation, because they're more primitive if you go back in time. But if you look at core messaging of all of them, they all talk about love, all talk about being unique, being good to each other, being especially good to the stranger and to the neighbor, to the people that are far from you. You see this universally, and to me, that's where I focus my attention, not necessarily what happens afterwards with the churches, and because each one has a different story. But so that would be my answer for that. So I'm looking, yeah, there's money. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, a lot of those organizations are very wealthy. That's true. Any other question or comment from since we got into that? Because if not, I would invite you to look at our website. I think the Alliance website. I think I've been posting it for quite a bit. And you can check out the organizations that are supporting us there, and they're linking to their websites. You'll find the Global Peace Drive there, and the IRM, and many others. There's a lot of flavors. They're all doing amazing things to help humanity progress towards a welcoming with our ET fathers, mothers, brothers, sisters. And I think that is the goal. That's what unifies us all. So I'd like to perhaps give the opportunity for Neil to close this off, please.
Beautiful. Thank you, brother. Actually, Scott, I'd love for you to come on if you want to say a few closing words first.
Sure. Well, first of all, what an amazing program this was. Great job, Neil. Great job, Sylvain. And I think one thing I just want to remind everybody of, because people have been asking, what are the specifics about what's going on in Washington? The proposal, if it's passed, will be that all information prior to 1995 has to be released. It's also a fast track. The proposal is that there will be a 9-person blue ribbon commission that will be in charge of kind of gathering the information and disseminating it. Everything must be disseminated over the next 7 years, but the first batch, which includes everything up to 1995, would be sent out by December of 2024. So that's pretty fast. That's pretty fast. And again, I got the inside scoop because I spent a lot of time with Danny Sheehan, who most of you know. He's an amazing attorney. Way back when he was a young man, who helped expose the Pentagon Papers. He represents the indigenous people at Standing Rock. He represented Karen Silkwood. I mean, this is the guy who's been fighting. He's been like the good attorney on every major case for 40 years. And he's actually working pretty closely with both the Vatican and the government in trying to make all of this happen. So in the big world, in the external world, there is exciting stuff going on. But then again, it's all about all of us, as I've said a few times, really locking arms and supporting Sylvain, supporting Neil, support the Global Peace Tribe, supporting each other to create this beautiful awakening world.
Yes.
And speaking of Awakening World, I want to say hi to all my Awakening World audience. And as soon as I'm done here, I'm going to come zipping into my Awakening World Zoom room, and we'll kind of chat about what we heard today and answer some questions. So I look forward to being with all of you in your Zoom room in a few minutes, in our Zoom room. But it's been really nice to be in your Zoom webinar room here, Neil, and and once again, it's always fun to collaborate. I look forward to many wonderful collaborations with you in the future.
Yeah, it's your brother. All right, everybody. So to close out, I'm actually my closing is going to be some poetry. I feel that'll be a good way to end for today. But want to also just remind you guys one more time about the conference, the Ultimate Star Beings Conference, which is going to be January 12th to 15th, 4 days. And if you check out Portals Ascension, go to upcoming events, you'll see that we have a lot of incredible things going on from now up until then. We're putting out a lot of content. We're releasing our Atlantis conference. We have a 2-day Atlantis conference, 10 hours a day, is going live in 2 days on YouTube. So you get the most fully, I would say the most fully comprehensive Atlantis event ever. 20 hours of content is going to be released. So please do tune into that. But if there was one thing that you would choose to tune into, the Star Beings one, I want to make that event 10,000 people. I want to do mass meditations where we're coming together to really shift the consciousness, but also call in the benevolent energy of the star beings so that we can start realizing that we're intricately connected to not only them, but each other. So tune into that. Okay, so now I'm going to go ahead and do some poetry. And the way I want to do this is let's all take off our cameras. I'm going to put on a journey through space and do some poetry over a journey through space. So it'll be kind of like a cool visual. And the 2 poems that I'm going to do, one is called The Void. And we're going to start out with this one. And it's split into 3 parts. So it goes the void, well, it's just called the beginning. The void, the light, and the darkness. So we talk about the void that we all came from, talking about the light and the darkness, the duality and the split. And then the other one is called Rejoin the Galactic Federation, which I think is in perfect alignment for what we've been sharing all day today. So here we go. I'm going to put this video on and we shall begin. Take the camera off. And after this, we'll close out for the day. So just to say thank you all so much for being here. Love you all. And we'll see you again soon. The void. In the beginning, there were no words, no concept, no winning, no place, no time, no description, no label, and no finishing, until awareness became conscious of itself, separation from the source, no east, no west, no south or north, not to mention there never existed a dimension or ascensional physical essence, except for the 0 point. There was no Christ to anoint. Singularity, energy, frequency raised vibrationally, paradoxically into limitation, what only the 5 senses can see. No linearity, no anarchy, no galaxies, no nebulae, no jobs, no nature, no materialism, no political lies. Until darkness finally fragmented from the light, using free will to see through the night. The darkness. I take the anxiety pill full of fright, in my bed insecure for the conspiracy that might take over my mind, control me with a chip inside, scared and full of fear. That is the reason why we are here. To the star system of Arcturus I stare and recite my cosmic prayers, self-empowered. The fabric of victim consciousness I tear. The light. The destination has already been chosen. It's the journey that counts. Every day we transcend, no doubt, living in the now. Realizing it's all a projection of a co-creation of our own subconscious mind. Channel energy through the heart, remembrance of the divine. Take apart my ego and restart my life in any moment. I'm going home, traveling across the black, intergalactic ocean. I took the psychedelic potion and now I'm awoken. To the streets we take the spoken word. Fly high, levitate the God inside and free like a bird. Cosmic oneness integrating in my being, a full spectrum being, in alignment with the purity confined in ranges of frequencies. Inhibit what we are seeing. I shift what I choose to believe in. Fuel my light body. For the ether, we're all fiending. Fuel our light bodies. For the ether, I'm fiending. And now it is time for us to call out into the cosmos, to send out the signal that we're at our next stage of evolution. The baggage of the old reality, the old paradigm, we cannot take with us as we enter this black hole and emerge into a new dimension. And it is time for us to join the Galactic Federation. Uniformation across all intergalactic nations. Incarnate in this world, we are facing reflections of ourselves, reminders of the disconnection from source, governed by the moon, turned to werewolves, creators of our reality still controlled, paradoxically living, intuitively gifted, karmic veils are henceforth lifted. Through the sands of time I am sifting. Through the vibration I send my message. The frequency has risen. The resurrection of the first Christian, not external, but the one within, men and women. Split from the original celestial division, the galactic mission has been given. It is simple and clear. Take the wheels of this planet and stare through the nearest black hole in which we will exit out of a white hole. I'm another universe. I'm another one verse. One celestial song. A part of the core of the multidimensional, omni-universal, exopolitical, rhymes unequivocally strewn and sprayed across all intergalactic vertebrae. Connection, chakra points that spread eons and biblical days, here to portray the truth in multiple forms. The crystalline children are now being born. It is time to terraform and co-create our new cosmic fate among the stars and races throughout all of space. It is time to co-create our new cosmic fate amongst the stars and the races throughout all of space. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Neil. That was beautiful. I love your poetry.
Thanks, brother. Love you, man.
See you all.
Have a beautiful night, everybody. Thanks, Sylvain. Thanks, Nicole.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye.